Good morning, all. I'm Dwight Keene. I'm chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm joined this morning by fellow Commissioner Susan Duffy and Commissioner Andrew French. We are returning from recess. We're back on the record in the matter of the application of Evergy Kansas Metro Inc., Evergy Kansas South Inc., and Evergy Kansas Central Inc. for the approval of its demand-side management portfolio pursuant to the Kansas Energy Efficiency Investment Act, or KEEIA, found at K.S.A. 661283 at SEC. This is all with regard to docket number 22-EKME-254-TAR. When we left off yesterday afternoon, of course, we were in the midst of the examination of witnesses, and we're going to resume that process this morning. Toward that end, we'll turn first to Mr. Titus and ask that you, on behalf of the NRDC, please call your first witness.
Good morning, Chair Keene and Commissioners. NRDC calls Stacy Sherwood.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Sherwood, would you please state your name and place of employment for the record?
Certainly. My name is Stacy Sherwood, and for the record, it's spelled S-T-A-C-Y. I'm a managing consultant for Energy Futures Group, which is based in Hinesburg, Vermont. I'm here on behalf of NRDC.
And are you the same Stacy Sherwood who caused to be filed direct testimony on June 17th, 2022, and testimony in support of the settlement agreement on August 1st, 2022?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to the direct testimony and the testimony in support of the settlement agreement, Ms. Sherwood?
No, I do not.
And Ms. Sherwood, if I were to ask you the same questions in your direct testimony and the testimony in support of the settlement agreement, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Keene, I'd like to move for the admission of the direct testimony and the testimony in support of the settlement agreement on behalf of Ms. Sherwood and NRDC.
Any objection? Without objection, they're admitted.
And Ms. Sherwood, why do you believe that this proposed settlement agreement is in the best interest of the public?
I believe it's in the best interest of the public because energy efficiency programs themselves brings multiple benefits to the ratepayers of Kansas, and benefits such as services for low-income customers. There's programs dedicated through the settlement for multifamily properties, which is something that's often overlooked from low-income advocacy agencies. There are environmental benefits, such as reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, lower water use, and improved air quality, as well as economic benefits that the service territory will incur, including reductions in customer bills, increase in the number of jobs, growth in industries such as the HVAC communities, as well as stability in electricity prices going forward. It is the cheapest way to get supply-side resources for Kansas.
Thank you, Ms. Sherwood. Chair Keene, I tender Stacy Sherwood for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. First up for cross would be the gas company represented by Mr. Flaherty. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. No questions. Thank you.
KEEIA, Mr. Zakura.
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. The KCC staff, Ms. Mazenton. Your speaker is not, you're muted. Carly, you're muted. You're still muted. Michelle, you might need to give us a.
Can you all hear me okay?
I can now.
Okay, I apologize. Our screens in the third floor hearing room just dropped. We're having some brief technical issues. But I believe I can go ahead and I'll go ahead with the cross-examination on my own computer. I apologize for that.
Please do.
Good morning, Ms. Sherwood.
Good morning.
Are you familiar with the provision of the settlement agreement in which the parties agreed to collaborate or to discuss alternative recovery mechanisms?
Yes.
And do you consider that portion of the settlement in which Evergy has agreed to discuss alternative recovery mechanisms to be a commitment to eventually move to decoupling or some other mechanism?
No, I do not view that as a commitment. I view that as a discussion that they're willing to explore with the stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Very well, thank you. Ms. Sherwood, let's see if we have any commissioner questions. I'll begin first with Commissioner Duffy.
It looks like we may have lost Commissioner Duffy for now.
Very
I
well.
don't see her on my screen.
Commissioner French, do you have any cross?
Yeah, I've got a few questions if you want me to go ahead.
Please do.
Good morning, Ms. Sherwood.
Good morning.
Okay, I've committed to be a kinder, gentler questioner today.
I don't mind.
I appreciated your testimony in this docket, particularly your settlement testimony, and I'm looking just at the very beginning of your settlement testimony at top of page 2, and you know you're talking about the lost revenue mechanism there, and I'll let you get there. Although
Commissioner French, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been informed that everybody in the KCC building has been cut off from the feed, so you may want to.
Well, why don't, if Chair Keen is listening, do we want to just take a brief recess to allow the technical difficulties to resolve? We may have lost Chair Keen as well. Well, if I'm the only commissioner on, let's stand in recess. I'm going to say I'm presiding, and we're going to stand in recess, Denise.
Thank you.
We're off the record. Why don't we stand in recess until 9:15, and then we'll see if everybody's rejoined by that time. Chair Keen, did you hear that discussion?
I did. I was distracted by talking to Sally and to see what is the problem. We've got an IT system that's gone down basically in Topeka. So I think Commissioner French's suggestion is perfect. Let's stand in recess until 9:15. We'll resume there then and see where we are.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah.
Hey, Carly.
Michelle?
Yes.
Yes, that's Dwight. I can hear you now. Are you back up?
Well, I am back up. Yes.
Okay.
We must have had a small glitch up here. Where
Well, I'm not sure how small it was. It was kind of universal, but I think we are in recess now until 9:15. So if you
yes,
would.
I put up a slide.
Yes, I see that. If you would, as soon as your problems are rectified, just give me a call on my cell if you would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, David, it's Brian. Thanks for letting me know. We're on break till 9:15 to try to straighten things out. So I interrupted French in the middle of a question to say, hey, the building feed is gone. So
Chair Keen, I'm back on. Brian told me you were on a break. I just wanted to let you know this happened earlier this morning too, so we might just keep an eye out. It might be happening throughout the day until IT sort of figures out what's going on.
Thank you, David. I think, hold on a second. I think we're getting close, David. So I appreciate your heads up. Michelle?
Yes, I think we are about set again, so.
That's the word I get. So unless you advise otherwise, you can go ahead, do your thing with the screen. When we get to 9:15, we'll go back on the record.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Denise Haas, are you good to go?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's 9:15 and we are back on the record. We had to go off the record there for the correction of an IT glitch. I see it looks like everybody's back with us again, so we will resume. I believe when we left off, in fairness to the process and everybody else, Commissioner French had just began his cross-examination. So let's return to Commissioner French so that he can resume his cross.
All right, thank you. Yes, correct. I was in the middle of a brilliant question that was going to give elicit a brilliant answer. So we'll pick up. Let me just back up a little bit because I'm not sure where we left off and who all was dropped off at the time. Ms. Sherwood, I'm looking at page 2 of your settlement testimony, just sort of at the top. And I think what I was saying is it's now clear to me that you were grappling with exactly what we were all grappling with yesterday and coming to terms with, because you've laid out pretty succinctly that the lost revenue mechanism, recovery mechanism, is appropriate where decoupling is not in place, which is our circumstance. And maybe more importantly, you've laid out that this type of mechanism is commonly used in states where energy efficiency is voluntary or not mandatory, which is also something that got a lot of discussion yesterday. So, I guess you've sort of been coming to terms with those facts that we're all grappling with. My question, though, is if we take as a given that energy efficiency is not and will never be mandatory in the state of Kansas, and that the only way we can receive these programs or get our customers to receive these programs is by incentivizing or aligning shareholder and customer interests. I guess what I'm wondering is, under the terms of this mechanism, are there still sufficient benefits to customers, even if the recovery method is, highly incentivizing or shareholder friendly?
My answer to that would be yes. I think you kind of take a step back and look at the LRAM itself, the loss revenue adjustment mechanism.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sherwood, I'm sorry. Could you please maybe slow your speaking down if you could?
Sure, I'm sorry. I'm from the mid-Atlantic area. We speak pretty fast. I apologize. Okay, so the loss revenue adjustment mechanism itself, if we didn't have energy efficiency programs in place, customers would be paying for those revenues in place of energy efficiency, right? So energy efficiency provides an additional level of savings directly to those who are participating in programs, as well as non-participants to the programs. So with energy efficiency and the loss revenue adjustment mechanism, we're having those added benefits that I discussed at the beginning of my testimony here today, as well as there's a limitation on the length of time that those revenues can be collected that are associated with the savings of the energy efficiency program. So if there wasn't energy efficiency programs in place, those revenues from the sale of electricity would continue on into the future, right? We don't know when they would end. It would take a customer to make that decision to upgrade their appliances or make the upgrades to their homes or businesses to reduce their energy usage. However, with the settlement that was put in place, there's a limitation on how long the revenues associated with the savings of energy efficiency can be captured. So I believe it was 4 years in this case.
Okay. I'm trying to boil it down into as simplistic terms as I can, and I'm going to probably ask several witnesses about this today. But I guess we've heard sort of conflicting views of the financial impact on customers, and we've seen some exhibits from staff yesterday about costs going up, at least in the short term. And I guess I'd like to understand big picture. How do I square that with the fact that I'm also seeing lots of testimony that says, net savings to customers? Is that just simply a matter of, short-term bill impacts or maybe even rates going up versus the long-term impact of energy efficiency on net present value of a revenue requirement over many years? How should I be squaring, maybe short-term cost increases or rate increases versus a lot of testimony that says savings? I mean, it's such a basic question. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm having a hard time, drawing a conclusion there. But can you give me just a high-level perspective of how I should be squaring these seemingly conflicting pieces of evidence?
Sure, and you know what? I wouldn't be embarrassed by that. With Kansas, trying to get into energy efficiency itself now, you're in the same place that all these other states are that have implemented energy efficiency. They've asked these questions themselves. How is the best way? And I think I want to take a step back and just say, there is no perfect way, right? If there was, and every service territory was the same, we would have the same model implemented across the country. While we have similar programs, the implementation models themselves vary state by state, vary by service territory. And I think we need to take that into consideration. We're all the time trying to perfect, I think, how energy efficiency is implemented. And there's not one size fits all. In terms of going forward and reconciling I guess, the cost that you see being incurred by ratepayers, I think it's the long-term perspective of the savings versus looking at the short-term rate impact. Over time, energy efficiency is supposed to provide savings, and we've seen it in other states, and that's why it continues to operate, that there's a return usually on a 2-to-1 return on energy efficiency savings. So yes, there's an impact on customers, but in the long term, that savings, that the net benefit savings over the lifetime of these measures is going to outweigh the cost of the programs themselves. I think there's limitations that you can put in, I would say, with the LRAM that may make the commission feel better, right, about what's going on.
Or maybe we can't in Kansas.
You know, it's one of the policy, it's one of the tools in the policy box, right? And then you have to use what's available at the time. And if the goal is to get energy efficiency in Kansas, we can always modify the model as things go on. I think that this is a great group of collaborators. I think we saw that as part of the settlement discussions. And there's a wealth of knowledge from surrounding states and throughout the country that can help benefit Kansas as they implement programs.
And you, I mean, you've heard this discussion of the staff saying, you know, they're sort of $40 million apart over a 4-year term from the compensation that the company is proposing, or that the settlement is proposing. I take it that you don't believe that that level of cost undermines the long-term benefit to cost of the investments. I mean, it certainly diminishes it, but you don't think that it completely undermines or turns it to a negative.
I'd be skeptical at first that it's a $40 million difference. I think it's probably less than that because it depends what mechanism you're using. So if you don't want any kind of LRAM mechanism or decoupling at all, then yes, it's a $40 million difference. But if there's something in place, it's not that big of a difference. And that being said, all the states that I've worked in thus far, I strongly believe that those benefits at the end of the day will outweigh those costs.
Okay. I guess maybe that would be one more question if we're going to get into the specifics of the mechanism a little bit. I don't know if you heard my discussion with Mr. Ives yesterday from the company, but I asked him if maybe that $40 million is bridged a bit by the fact that the staff, in looking at a cap, they have decided that they could account for, you know, load growth, revenue growth in between rate cases, in you know, considering the amount of lost revenue the company can maybe recover. Would you say that helps bridge that gap and maybe make those numbers a little closer together?
Yes. So I think one of the tools that you can use with an LRAM is, you know, limiting the collection to the extent that the utility would under recover based on the revenue requirement that is set during a rate case. So that's one of the ways. And then resetting the LRAM to 0 after each rate case also helps with that. I think that there's a strong process also being established with Emmv. It's based on experience to date. So we've let everybody else kind of make some mistakes with the Emmv, and we're a little bit stronger when it comes to that. So while we can use ex ante savings, so the forecasted savings itself, to determine the LRAM, we can always do a true up the year after as a way to make sure, based on evaluated net savings once the Emmv process is complete. And so that way we can make sure or ensure that customers are only paying for savings that was actually incurred and not simply the forecasted savings. So I think there's ways to put safeguards in there to limit the extent that, or the impact the LRAM can have on customers. I also think the discussions about decoupling and the fact that in the future, you know, we could change the structure, the incentive tool for utilities in Kansas. And we've seen this done in other states. I know that Colorado is currently experiencing this as well, where they had a similar tool to the LRAM. So it's not a forever tool either, right? So this can just be the starting block to get energy efficiency in Kansas.
Let me ask you one more quick question, because you mentioned decoupling. I would just be interested in your experience. Do we have to implement a full decoupling mechanism, you know, for all revenue, or are there partial decoupling mechanisms that can be implemented? You know, what's your experience on the range of decoupling?
Unfortunately, I don't have much experience in that area. Typically, when I've started working in states, they've already been decoupled.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. All right, I think that's all I have. I appreciate the added context you were able to provide us.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Sherwood. Since we're talking about decoupling, would you say decoupling is your preferred method over an LRAM?
I would say
your first sentence is NRDC is supportive of the LRAM as a financial recovery mechanism since decoupling is not currently in place.
that is correct. Yes, I would agree with that. I think there are risks associated with LRAM, as I discussed, just with Commissioner French, as the safeguards we can put in place. I think decoupling is a better mechanism to deal with than the LRAM.
And you believe that because of the EMV can be so contentious with the LRAM?
I believe that's that is one of the factors, yes. Mm-hmm.
What are some of the other factors?
Without the safeguards in place, I believe that LRAM can easily overcompensate a utility for its savings. And so that's why, using ex ante and then verifying that savings will help avoid that overcompensation. So I think there's a lot of, I think the behind the scenes work that's done to determine, right? EMMB is typically done through a stakeholder work group process. We've seen they have the evaluators themselves, you have an independent evaluator, and then usually there's feedback from the parties and stakeholders on the results of the EMMB process. So that can be contentious, and I've seen that have to go to a commission for a decision on EMMB. And so it's not as straightforward as I think decoupling would be about how much revenue should be going to the utility.
So you mentioned that Colorado is currently maybe pivoting towards a different mechanism. Are you aware of any other state where they've started out, for example, with an LRAM and then moved? I believe that was one suggestion, start out with an LRAM for a year and then continue to have discussions and get to a decoupling.
Mm-hmm. I have not personally worked in the state. A lot of this comes from experience from my colleagues at Energy Futures Group.
Okay. The percentage of 18% would of Kansans would participate. What's your reaction to that number?
You said 18% would participate?
Mm-hmm. Am I correct on that? I believe.
I don't. Would you mind pointing me to where that is?
Okay, I don't have my hands on it, but let me phrase this a different way. So in terms of Kansans actually getting involved in energy efficiency and participating in a program, I believe that perhaps that's not going to be a huge number. What is your experience in, well, let's maybe leave out Vermont because I think there's a different mindset, but what's your experience in other states in terms of participation rate?
I can't think off the top of my head what the participation rates are, but I've worked in states like Arkansas and Pennsylvania, Maryland. I currently working extensively in Connecticut as well. And I think those participation rates are higher than what you would expect. In fact, in Connecticut, what we're currently dealing with is that there's a higher demand than we have for the budget that's allocated on an annual basis for these programs. We saw a significant uptick after COVID. People being more into their homes, and I think businesses trying to save money at the same time. So we're seeing them adopt these measures. And really, these programs are designed to push people who otherwise wouldn't be, or incentivize people who otherwise would not be participating or choosing the higher efficiency models. They're probably choosing, the base model that's available due to price. And so the goal of these programs is to shorten what that difference is between regular appliances and say super energy efficient appliances.
Right.
And I do think that you're going to see a slow uptick at the beginning. One part of this is getting the customers to trust the utility, to trust rebates. People don't trust things that say they're free or there's these incentives, you know, what's the catch? So typically at the beginning of a program starting up, you know, for the first time ever, you're going to see a slow uptick. It's going to be the low hanging fruit that's going to take advantage of it. And, you know, what helped, I think, other states in prior years was light bulbs, and we don't have that as part of these programs, except for the low income portion. So we're going to have to start getting into customers' homes, into businesses, and that's going to take Evergy itself having a good account managers and a good network with ICF to get into these homes. And I think using the community action agencies and the WAC will help get into low income homes faster than it would be if the utility was trying to get into these homes, because they're more of a trusted source for customers.
I would agree with you on that, that folks in the community action agencies or in local programs have better access to lower income folks in terms of trust and the ability to have conversations. There's discussion about like swapping out appliances. So what's the reality that you've experienced in terms of someone letting go of an appliance before it's actually broken? I'm sorry, I've said this before, in our household, it just isn't going to happen. And so is the likelihood that someone's going to trade out their old clunky, inefficient, non-Energy Star refrigerator or furnace and replace it before it's broken?
Yes, I do think that will happen. You know, what I've seen in other states, where I live, it's big to have that second fridge in your garage, right? That beer fridge in your garage. But it takes up a lot of energy, and I don't think people realize that. So offering recycling programs or offering incentives to upgrade that refrigerator, I see those things will happen. I think when people do renovations of their homes, choosing a more efficient appliance for them, you'll see that will upgrade sooner. And I think in terms of heating and air conditioning, if you show that these incentives are out there, they're likely to go after implementing the measure prior to the end of life, just because of the savings that's available.
So were you familiar with the ERA program back in the early 2000s?
Yes.
Where you physically gave up your refrigerator so it didn't become the beer fridge out in the garage?
I mean, I didn't have a garage then, but I would have. Yes. I actually participated in the program for my utility at that time for a new refrigerator.
Yeah, I do think that was very successful, where it was actually carted away instead of allowed to remain on the premises. So, yeah, I think there are elements of that program that were very successful in the state of Kansas and should probably be revisited as well. Let me ask you one more thing on the LRAM. So do you believe that within a year's time that it is possible for this group of folks who are gathered here today to work out their differences on decoupling and reconcile that?
I think, given that I'm new to Kansas, I don't know what the history is behind that or what the hesitations may be by Evergy itself. I think that is a good timeline. I don't think that you would have a decoupling mechanism in place within that time, but I think you could be at a good point within 1 year of discussions if they start immediately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your responses, and I appreciate it, Chair Keen.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Wood, I have no questions for you. Mr. Titus, I return to you. Do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Chair Keen.
All right, very good. Ms. Sherwood, we want to thank you for your appearance here before the commission this morning. Your testimony is now concluded and you are virtually excused and may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Chair Keen, if I might, I just wanted, staff just wanted to ensure that Ms. Haas did get our cross-examination of Ms. Sherwood onto the record prior to the IT issue.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I need to ask, what did we miss here? Because I think we missed a lot.
This is Joseph Asher from Curb. I think we were kicked off right at the end of Mr. Titus's direct examination. So I didn't realize staff had already done a full cross-examination. So at least that part.
I was not either. I didn't know that staff had as well. So
Okay.
I think actually he had just tendered the witness. And so I didn't hear anything Commissioner French said or anything staff said.
Perhaps I should have gone back further than I did by starting with Commissioner French. So I think probably what you will have to do then would be to rely upon the transcript as an alternative backup.
That's fine. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it.
May we go off the record for just a second
Yes.
for this discussion?
Yes, we'll go off the record.
Okay. Commissioner Duffy, I think staff could probably briefly describe, but they had a very brief examination. I don't think you missed a lot. I think you'll have it captured within the transcript, but if staff wants to describe, they could, but I don't think there was a lot.
Sure, I'd be happy to give just a very brief summation. We simply asked Ms. Sherwood if she believed that the collaborative process was a commitment from Evergy to move to decoupling, to which she responded she did not believe that was a commitment, but rather just an agreement to discuss. And anyone can jump in if they believe I've misstated that, but that's my recollection.
And that was the totality of your cross-examination, was it not, Ms. Maslin?
Yes, it was only a couple questions, if that.
And Commissioner Duffy, I believe that Commissioner French was in the middle of his first question when he was interrupted and it advised that the building feed had dropped. So I don't think you missed anything on Commissioner French's cross-examination.
Okay, so I do believe with Zoom, when anybody drops off, we probably ought to put a note in the margin. I mean, I'm going to write myself a note so I remember to go back and take a look at that. But I did not know that staff had asked questions, so thank you.
Okay, very good.
I'm good.
Moving on. Mr. Astrap, please call your witness.
We need to go back on the record, Chair Keen.
Let's go back on the record, and then if you would, please call your witness.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, Curb calls Alice Napoleon to the stand.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Alice.
Good, great.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please tell us your name.
My name is Alice Napoleon.
Okay. And what is your occupation and business address?
I am a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics, 485 Massachusetts Ave, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Thank you. And are you the same Alice Napoleon who caused to be filed in this docket on behalf of Curb, written pre-filed direct testimony on June 17, 2022, cross-answering testimony on June 24th, 2022, and testimony in support of non-unanimous settlement agreements on August 3rd, 2022?
Yes, I am.
And have you had a chance to review those filings prior to appearing here today?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, do you have any corrections or changes to make to your testimonies?
I have one minor change.
Okay,
yes.
Please.
So this refers to my cross-answering testimony. There is a footnote, number 19, that is incorrect. It currently reads id. It's footnote number 19, which suggests or which would refer to Mr. Robb's direct testimony. Instead, it should refer to the NEEP heat pump buying guide.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the parties, is that the same source of reference that was used in our prior page on footnote 13?
That is correct.
Thank you. And if I were to ask you all the same questions from your pre-filed testimonies here today, would your answers to those questions, say for that correction you made, be the same or substantially similar as what is in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Commissioners, at this time, I move to admit the previously filed direct, cross-answering, and testimony in support of settlement agreements of Alice Napoleon and have it spread across the record.
Any objection? Without objection, they're admitted.
Thank you. At this time, I have no further questions and would tender the witness for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Very well, thank you. Let's begin our cross-examination with Mr. Flaherty.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The KCC staff, Ms. Mazantine.
Just a couple. Good morning, Ms. Napoleon.
Good morning.
You are familiar with the collaborative provision of the program settlement in which the parties have agreed to discuss moving to an alternative recovery mechanism, correct?
Yes, I am.
Do you perceive that to be a commitment from Evergy to move to an alternative recovery mechanism?
I do not perceive it as a commitment to definitely move forward with decoupling. I do consider it a commitment to discuss a move to decoupling. Decoupling is actually rather complicated, and as Evergy witnesses alluded, it involves more than just DSM stakeholders. So Evergy could not really commit to decoupling one-sidedly without doing that work ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questioning.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Start of the commissioners, see if we have any questions. I'll begin with Commissioner Duffy.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Napoleon.
Good morning.
I'm on page 8 of your cross-answering testimony, and I'm looking at about line 15, where you go into more of a discussion on the LRAM. And you then on page 9, your recommendation is that a decoupling mechanism be developed in a separate proceeding. So can you provide me with a little bit more background about your concern about LRAM as it relates to this particular instance based on your experience, and why you believe decoupling is perhaps the alternative that should be pursued?
Yes. So I expressed some concern with the LRAM in part based on what Evergy had proposed in its initial proposal. There are some changes, as Ms. Sherwood noted just a few minutes ago, in the settlement that have been helpful in that regard. Through the settlement, there is a limit on the lost revenue to 4 years for measures. And there's also, which was before, but having it limited to until the next rate case will also be helpful in limiting the amount of exposure from the LRAM. My concern with the LRAM that still remains is that there will be contention over the results of the evaluation, the EMNV, evaluation, measurement, and verification. There tends to be more infighting between parties about the claims for savings through an EMNV process with an LRAM, because it's directly those savings directly relate to an increase in compensation for the company and a decrease in, or excuse me, an increase in collections from ratepayers. So they tend to be rather contentious. A decoupling mechanism, in contrast, puts the onus on the parties to agree to a forecasting methodology, which needs to be done anyway, or should be done anyway. and there can be an agreement about what kind of factors will contribute to the forecasting mechanism. And then it makes, once you get to the EMNV process, the parties become more or less agnostic about those specific results. The concern about the contentiousness of the LRAM is that it can eat away at the support for energy efficiency in the state, as people are really picking apart, this, specific assumption. And that's not to say that EMNV doesn't provide an important role. It really does provide an important role in ensuring that savings are real. But you really require an extremely high level of precision with the LRAM, or that's what winds up being demanded by the parties. And that can lead to a breakdown in communications between parties. And I would really hate for that to result in a breakdown in support for energy efficiency in the state.
Okay, so let me follow up on something you said related to a forecasting tool. A lot of states are using a decoupling mechanism. I'm assuming they are all using forecasting tools. So it's not like we have to start from scratch. There's already tools that are in place, or a set of tools, or whatever. Do you have any comment on how controversial that is then to really agree on the forecasting tool? I mean, you said, well, either way, you still have to have something, but as it relates to decoupling?
I'm not sure that I can fully address your question. Because the different states use different things. It's not necessarily one particular tool. What I can say is that it's important that the parties agree on the assumptions and methodologies for those forecasts. And so that takes a little bit of time, and that's part of what's behind me saying that there should be a separate proceeding, which would necessarily involve more parties than are on this docket today. In order to develop the assumptions and methodologies for the forecasting.
Okay, and I guess where I was going to on the tools, it's not like we're starting from scratch. Everyone can weigh in on what other states are using, and at least there's a point of discussion to start. And I'm sure our staff and Evergy staff would already have in their own mind what they believe is necessary and helpful. Let me look here, see what else I had. I believe that's all I have right now, but thank you. And your testimony was very interesting to read. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Chair King, you're on mute.
I'm off of mute now and recognize Commissioner French.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Napoleon.
Good morning.
I'm trying to think about, I really appreciated all of your testimony and your perspective. You're clearly also grappling with all these issues we are. I guess maybe I'd just like to get your perspective on what gives you comfort with these mechanisms that savings will ultimately outpace costs. And I guess maybe let me give you just a little background. You probably don't follow our state in depth all the time, but this particular company just went through a merger, and we had lots of projections of savings that would occur as a result of the merger. But we also had discussion of, that creates headroom to make other investments. And so I think maybe that's why I'm having difficulty understanding whether the savings here produce, net benefits in the long run, and how I have some comfort that there are savings associated with this. I think you can kind of tell what I'm grappling with. Just in your own mind, under this mechanism, let's not assume that we're able to move to some other mechanism. Why do you believe that we could have comfort that the net present value or net revenue requirement is maybe going to be lower than it otherwise was moving forward?
Yes, thank you for that question. I heard you ask that question of other people, and so I thought that you might be asking it, and I really appreciate it because I want to say for the record that I would not recommend moving forward with this package if I didn't think it was going to provide benefits to the state and to ratepayers as a whole. So there's a number of reasons why I think that. One, we see from the modeling results that Evergy produced regarding the stipulation that there are tens of millions of net benefits projected for the state. I think that it's likely actually that is underestimating the amount of net benefits that are likely to result from these programs, and there's a number of reasons why. One is, as my colleague Danielle Goldberg mentioned in her direct testimony, I believe it was her direct testimony, Evergy is not accounting for all of the benefits in its TRC test in particular. So for the TRC test, you are considering both the participant benefits and costs and the utility system benefits and costs. Without considering all of the participant benefits and costs, you have something of an unbalanced test result. And there are some benefits that are not included, have not been included in Evergy's benefit cost analysis, including other fuels and I believe some other non-energy benefits, which are really very, very important. I can't stress this enough for low-income customers in particular. We've heard a bit about customers setting their thermostats to unsafe levels. That is something that can be relieved by energy efficiency programs. Energy efficiency, especially targeted to low-income customers, gives them a tool for managing their bills that no other supply-side resource can do. No other supply-side resource. So I think that's a really powerful tool that you can provide to that segment. And the other thing that that this is not directly to the benefits of the programs, but on the other side, I want to consider the rate impacts associated with the programs. What I see for the rate impacts that are projected by Evergy in the workbooks that they provided along with the stipulation are reasonable rate impacts and reasonable bill impacts on the order of maximum ones of, oh, I'm sorry, these are confidential, so I shouldn't actually say what the rate impact is. But they are in my opinion, they are reasonable, and I see rate impacts and bill impacts in those ranges in other states, and it's well within the range of what other states consider to be reasonable. Another element to consider with that is the participation that Commissioner Duffy was referencing with the 18%. My understanding of that, subject to check, is that the participation rate of 18% does not include participation in the education programs, which would include things like home energy reports, which do have demonstrated savings associated with them. You can get into disputes about how long the savings persist from a home energy report program. However, statistically, they are shown to produce savings, and if you design them correctly, you can get savings that persist for years even. So, and that would broaden the range of who is able to participate in the program and experience benefits from it. And then I guess the only other thing that I wanted to mention is that I don't want to underestimate the value of the data that will be, I don't think we should underestimate the value of the data that will be collected as a result of these programs. Within the stipulation, the settlement agreement, excuse me, there are a number of data points that Evergy will be collecting. And also these programs will be very helpful for building a market to support energy efficiency in the state. That building up that market and the infrastructure, that takes time, and it really has value to it, so that the state has the capability of delivering energy efficiency over a longer term. And I think people will really appreciate it, both for the economic benefits that it provides and for the savings that it provides.
Let me go back to the rate discussion. I got a note that I believe the rate impacts have been declassified. If somebody can confirm that, that'd be great. And it would allow us to have a little bit more discussion. Is there somebody from either Evergy or staff that could confirm that?
I can confirm that the outputs from were provided that from the spreadsheet, that they're not confidential. And I believe that's what Ms. Napoleon was referring to.
And Ms. Napoleon, I think you were indicating that you thought those were pretty modest short-term impacts. And I guess I would like your perspective on, we would pay for the programs and we would pay for, throughput disincentive. We would pay to compensate for the throughput disincentive. We'd pay for an earnings opportunity. So there's going to be a cost in rates. And I guess just to go back to that discussion of how do you weigh what that cost is versus what the magnitude of the long-term benefits are in avoided costs, and how do you think that there are mechanisms that give us assurance that the avoided costs are real in the future?
Yes, I think your assurance that the programs will achieve long-term net benefits are in the EMV, which we have gone through a number of iterations on improving the transparency for that. I think the stakeholder group or the collaborative group will also likely have a role in reviewing EMV results and providing feedback to the company. We also have the secondary staff managed. I'm sorry, I'm probably getting the words wrong, but the secondary evaluation of the evaluation that Evergy will procure, will cause to be conducted. So there are a lot of things that are going to feed back into the process and can improve the EMV over time, and also provide assurances that the EMV will demonstrate actual savings from the programs.
Does the EMV, and I apologize if there's somebody better to ask this question to, but I mean, I understand that it is going to look at the programs and make sure that the programs themselves are actually functioning as intended, they're being used, and in theory, they're producing savings. But does it also include an evaluation of whether we have actually slowed peak demand growth and actually avoided future capital expenditures? Is there an ongoing evaluation of whether the much higher level has actually occurred?
Let me parse that question out a little bit. So for one, there are different types of evaluation studies. One is an impact evaluation, which I think is what most people think of commonly, and that is the type of study that will verify the amount of savings, both in terms of KWH and KWs, in terms of energy and capacity. And then there are other things, and I'm just reacting to something that you said earlier, and maybe this isn't where you were going with it. For improving the programs, typically you want to have more of a process evaluation to think about improving the programs. I don't believe that that is spelled out specifically within the settlement agreement or for whether there will be a process evaluation. However, I am quite certain that the stakeholder collaborative will be asking questions in that direction, and will be pushing Evergy to improve their programs. The other question about specific avoided capacity. Typically, that is more conducted in a looking at like a marginal cost of service study. You can incorporate those benefits within, and I have done that within, when we're looking at the avoided cost of transmission and distribution in Nova Scotia. We were looking at specific investments and whether they would be avoided by an increase in energy efficiency. So I think the answer is yes. It depends on whether you're looking generally, and so in Nova Scotia, we were looking at retrospectively. We were looking at the number of investments that could have been avoided, and so that wasn't designed specifically with saying that, okay, there's this investment that will necessarily be avoided. However, we did have other pilot programs that were targeted at specific locations, and that geo-targeted DSM is what they call it there, is very closely tracking whether there will be an avoided investment associated with that. So I guess my response is a little bit muddied, but they can be designed to consider whether specific investments are avoided.
Oh, I appreciate it. It seems like everything in this proceeding is a little bit muddied, but I mean, I appreciate it because it's probably no secret, my perspective on this is that it's much easier to compensate and maybe even incentivize these type of programs if you have some assurance that we are actually avoiding new capital expenditures on whether it's capacity, transmission, distribution, and if that can be displayed, it's a different discussion rather than just are we measuring whether the programs are functioning. But I do appreciate the conversation. So I think that's all I have for you, Ms. Napoleon. Very much appreciate the added context you gave us.
Thank you.
Mr. Napoleon, I would concur with my colleagues. I found your pre-filed testimony interesting. I have no questions as a follow-up to that. So, Mr. Asrab, do you have any redirect?
Yes, briefly.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Yes, thank you, Alice.
Ms. Napoleon, I want to talk to you about some of the questions you received from commissioners relating to the collaborative experience from staff as well. In your experience with other states, have utilities in those states ever offered to have a collaborative process similar to what Evergy is offering here in the pursuit of energy efficiency programs to consumer advocates, regulators, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And whenever in your experiences, were you ever surprised that certain regulators or consumer advocate groups agreed to collaborate with the utility?
No, I don't think I was surprised.
Okay. And in those situations where utilities and regulators and consumer groups get together to collaborate, have you ever discovered that the offer to collaborate by the utilities was some sort of false promise or unproductive or not done in good faith?
I would say that there have been occasionally some frustrating experiences. I'm relying on my experience with Nova Scotia, which has a different setup than Kansas. So just to provide some more color to that, Efficiency One is the third-party administrator of efficiency in Nova Scotia. And there is a separate entity who is the utility, Nova Scotia Power. And those two entities are required by law to cooperate and sign a contract to procure energy efficiency services. That has caused some problems, and I would say that that is the root of where we've gotten some of the lack of cooperation. In general, we have sometimes it has taken a few times of requesting the same information from the utility, but we've always gotten it.
Great, thank you so much. I want to talk to you about KEEIA just briefly. Now, I know you don't do a lot of work in Kansas, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You don't do a lot of work in Kansas, is that correct?
Correct.
And is this the first case you've done in Kansas before, actually?
That is correct.
Okay. So we've talked about KEEIA. Are you familiar with the KEEIA legislation?
Yes.
Okay. And have you read through the KEEIA legislation?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the stated goal for Kansas in the KEEIA legislation is to promote the implementation of cost-effective demand-side management programs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, in Evergy's application, the LRAM was proposed by Evergy.
Yes.
Okay. And this LRAM mechanism that we're supporting the settlement agreement is from Evergy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, I want to talk with you about the participation levels that you referenced earlier with Commissioner Duffy. That figure, 18%, is that in regards to specific customer classes, or is that 18% of all of Evergy's customers in Kansas? Can you recall?
I believe the 18% was based on a KCC staff calculation. As I recall, it might be Mr. Glass. And I think it was across both residential and non-residential is my recollection.
Okay, thank you for that. And talking about the rate impacts, earlier you hesitated to talk about what you calculated the bill impacts to be because of confidentiality issues. In response to Evergy's representation that those figures and outputs are not confidential, would you be comfortable giving your calculations what you think the bill impacts might be with the settlement agreements?
Sure. These are actually Evergy's calculations. And so the maximum annual rate impacts for the Central Territory for the residential sector of 1.5%, that is quite low. For non-residential customers, it's 2.3%, which is certainly reasonable. Both of those maximums occur in recovery year 4. And all other years have lower rate impacts than those. For the metro area, the maximum annual rate impacts are 1.9% for residential customers and 3.1% for non-residential customers, which again are the highest levels. Those are in program year 4, and they are still generally what is considered reasonable in other states. And then, yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now I want to turn your attention towards customer participation and customer behaviors that you've seen in your experience working with these types of programs. When a customer, whether it be a residential or a business customer, joins in on these utility-run energy efficiency programs, do customers typically only take one action change, Or do you typically see customers take a bunch of different measures working towards a larger goal of their own energy efficiency goals?
So I can say that as a part of a well-designed programs, well-designed programs should try to promote more than one energy efficiency measure at a time to get more comprehensive savings. There are costs associated with making contact with and establishing a relationship with each customer. And so once you have a customer who is interested in participating, it generally makes sense to obtain all of the cost-effective energy efficiency at that time. And so that I think that's aside from the should, is it common? Yes, it is common that programs will target more than one measure at the same time.
Okay, great, thank you. So as an example, if somebody were to replace one of their appliances, HVAC, what have you, would it also be reasonable to predict that that same customer would also do things like getting new seals for doors and windows if it's offered by a program in conjunction with that replacement?
Yes.
Thank you. And so you've talked a lot about some different studies that go into decoupling, and it'd be a lot of work to go into that, correct? And you've talked a lot about the data and experience that could be gained from implementing an energy efficiency program. In your opinion, if Kansas doesn't implement this program or any other energy efficiency program, would Kansas be able to still do those studies and get those benefits elsewhere from energy other than energy efficiency? Can we predict, can we have those studies without implementing energy efficiency programs, I guess is what I'm asking.
I think it would be hard to do that and costly to do that. I actually have not heard of getting all of that information from another type of study. I could think some more on that, but I don't think I'm aware of it. And I think, you know, Kansas would have lost out on all of those benefits if the programs are not pursued.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Very well. Mr. Napoleon, we want to thank you for your testimony and your appearance here before the commission. I believe your testimony is now at an end. So you are excused and you may virtually stand down. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Zakura, would you please call your witness?
Thank you, Chair Keene. KIC calls to the witness stand Greg R. Meyer.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Meyer. Would you please state your full name and employment address for the record?
My name's Greg R. Meyer. My employment address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 140, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017.
And are you a member of a firm, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, I'm a member of Brubaker and Associates, and I'm a principal.
Did you prepare 9 pages of testimony in this docket and a two-page appendix?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review your pre-filed testimony dated August 3, 2022, prior to today?
Yes, I did.
Are there any corrections that you would like to make at this point?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions as included on the written testimony of August 3, 2022, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Before I move to admit the testimony, I did want to put on the record that Mr. Meyer was testifying yesterday before the Iowa Utilities Board, so he was unable to watch these proceedings. So he is coming this morning to present the testimony after being in Des Moines yesterday. So with that background, Chair Keene, I would please move for the admission into the record evidence of the testimony of Greg R. Meyer.
Very well. Is there any objection? Without objection, the testimony is admitted.
Chair Keene, I would at this time please tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Morning.
Welcome to Kansas as you tour the Midwest.
Thank you.
Let me turn first for cross-examination questions to Ms. Kafer.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Meyer. I represent Evergy. And really, what I'd like to do is just ask a few questions to make sure that I'm clear about the testimony that you filed. The way I understand it, read it, is that your focus is just on the recovery of lost revenues aspect, which is we call the throughput disincentive, or the LRAM in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have explained in your testimony 4 different groups of individuals or customers and how the inclusion of the TD in the rate recovery impacts those customers, correct?
Yes, how a lost revenue recovery mechanism would be harmful to each customer group.
Okay, and so for groups 1, 3, and 4, are you saying that if the rates of these customers include the TD component that's requested by Evergy, that that the benefits they receive from the DSM programs will be less than if there's no TD component?
Well, we can go through each group. That'd be fine.
Really, Mr. Myers, I really would just like to focus the question on those 3, because those 3 groups seem to be, I could put them together, that they all, what you're saying is to have the TD component in a rate they pay, those 3 groups would not have as many benefits as they would receive if the TD component wasn't in their rates. Is that a true statement of what you're saying here?
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's what I need explained then.
Okay. So customer group 1, excuse me, is a customer who participates in an Evergy program and expects to receive or to achieve a certain level of savings. When the lost revenue mechanism is applied to that customer, those savings are decreased. So he doesn't get to receive, or that customer doesn't get to receive, the full benefits of the energy efficiency program. Customer group 3 is a customer who independently invests in energy efficiency without the Evergy program. And so by having a lost revenue charge added to his bill, he is receiving a higher bill for no energy efficiency program participation from the Evergy program itself. So he's worse off. Customer group 4 is the customers who do not do any energy efficiency during the year for a variety of reasons and receive a lost revenue charge on their bills which increases their bills for no benefit directly attributed to them.
Okay, I did gather that from your testimony, but my question concerned the overall net benefits. You're aware that in this case, there's been analysis done that has showed that every Evergy customer will experience positive net benefits from the deployment of these programs. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
So what you're saying about groups 1, 3, and 4 is that they're going to have some cost. And if one of those costs that's assigned to them is the TD component of the financial recovery mechanism, then that TD is going to serve to reduce the net benefits that they might experience. Is that a true statement?
Yes, because there's other benefits in the program that reward Evergy for doing energy efficiency.
Well, I'm talking about the benefits that go to the customers. They are going to experience net benefits from the programs. And all you're saying is that the TD is an additional amount that would reduce those net benefits for them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the group of free riders, that group was confusing because you're saying that the group of free riders is negatively impacted by the inclusion of the TD component in the
Yes.
financial recovery.
And the reason for that is because, and just so we're clear, I adopted the free rider group from directions from reading the Kansas order. So a free rider is a customer who would have implemented or instituted the energy efficiency program, but independent of the Evergy program, but became aware of the Evergy program and just sort of jumped on it. So he would have done it. That customer would have done the energy efficiency anyway. So the lost revenue charged to them is again a reduction to what they anticipated their total benefits from the investment would be.
And how are they harmed differently in this way than the other three groups?
Well, they would have done the energy efficiency without the program, and so they receive a higher charge. Plus, we want to make sure that those savings or those reduced energy usages aren't attributable to the Evergy program.
So what you're saying here really is the free riders, if that's included in the TD mechanism, that harms other customers. You're not saying these free rider groups are somehow harmed differently than the other groups by the inclusion of the TD mechanism.
No, I think you need to, yes, I think that absent a mechanism to recognize that energy efficiency measure was not attributable to the Evergy program is essential.
Okay, so you're saying that what we need for that, there needs to be an adjustment in the TD calculation to remove the free riders, right?
Well, more than just the free riders, yes.
Well, as to what you're saying about group two, we're talking there about just free riders. You're saying that's what needs, okay, all right. I don't have any other.
Evergy should not be rewarded for savings associated with customers who take advantage of the Evergy programs, but would have done those energy efficiency measures anyway.
And so if there is an adjustment to account for those free riders in the TD mechanism calculation, that addresses your concern there?
It addresses my concern, but still that customer receives a lost revenue charge that cuts into the anticipated savings that he should have received.
Right. He still gets net benefits, but just not as much, just like the other three groups.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kafer. Let's turn next to Ms. Woody, please.
Mr. Meyer, I just want to make sure I understand what your testimony is. You agree that the energy efficiency program would produce net benefits to all of the customers. Is that correct?
To the extent that it can be demonstrated that the energy efficiency reduces the other supply side resources, that would be a benefit.
And so what you're saying is just that the LRAM mechanism will reduce those benefits, not make them negative.
I don't know that they would make them negative or not. I haven't done that analysis.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Laughlin.
None for CEP.
All right, thank you. Mr. Astrad.
Just briefly, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Morning.
Are you familiar with the legislation that's been referred to in this docket as KEEIA?
I am familiar with it.
Okay, have you read through it before?
I believe I did have a chance.
Okay, I'm not going to try to quiz you on the language or anything, but you'd agree with me that KEEIA states that the goal of Kansas is to promote the implementation of cost-effective demand-side programs, correct?
Cost-effective, yes.
Okay, I want to turn your attention towards your testimony now. Ms. Kafer talked to you about free riders and that population and your concerns with the calculation of those savings into the TD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess taking that a step back further, KIC's concerns here is that either inaccurate or incomplete or inadequate calculations are going into the TD that are then being paid for by customers, right?
Yes, I think that's what your witness, Ms. Napoleon, alluded to earlier too, is that a lost revenue mechanism will be very contentious and will have a lot of parties arguing what true energy efficiency savings have been generated from these programs.
Okay. And so is the harm there, I suppose, in these inaccurate bill increases, I guess for a better, lack of a better phrase, is that it's putting a burden on customers and their energy bills? Is that fair to say?
Well, I think it's twofold. I think, yes, I think you're putting a charge, an unjustified charge on customers' bills. And depending on how you address that through a low income customer or people that are literally on the verge of that, it could have a significant impact on their bills.
Thank you. And notwithstanding any sort of benefits a participant might receive from taking advantage of these programs, is it your opinion that no matter what the reason the bill increases for, it's not good for customers?
No, I don't. I've never said that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you. Pardon me. KCC staff, Ms. Mazzantine.
I have no question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. See, we have any commissioner questions. I'll turn first this time to Commissioner Duffy.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner French.
I think I just have one question, and good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Morning.
And this is not going to be specifically related to your testimony, but more a conceptual question about the mechanisms we're talking about. And if you don't have an opinion, that's fine to just tell me. But we've kind of talked about a lost revenue mechanism and how a lot of parties view a better way forward as just decoupling. And I'm unclear on whether that's full decoupling or if there can be partial decoupling. But I'd be curious, from the types of clients you represent, which I presume are mostly large industrial customers, what would be their view, or what's just your personal opinion of moving to decoupling? Do you have concerns about it in that it maybe takes away some tools to move rates lower? How would you view decoupling?
Well, first, I haven't done a exhaustive question of our clients about decoupling, but I can tell you that I have filed testimony in the past opposing decoupling. And the reason is that the revenues that are established in a rate case are there to recover the cost of the operating utilities expenses and provide them an opportunity to earn a fair rate of return. By decoupling, you've taken the revenue stream and said that you're going to look at, and it can be either in a full decoupling or a limited decoupling. I mean, there's a myriad of options that you can do that and not look at the drivers behind those revenues. And that's troublesome to me. I believe that the revenues that are authorized by the commission to be collected are there to collect the operating expenses and provide a fair return for the utilities. When you move those apart, you've now broken that chain, that relationship between the revenues, expenses, and rate base of the utility. And I just don't think that's an appropriate way to address the what is claimed to be a revenue shortfall. I think a utility has the option to file a rate case at any time it wants. And when it believes that the relationship between its expenses, rate base, and revenues is out of sync, it should file a rate case. Now, you're going to hear from the utilities that that's a very costly and time-consuming process. But I would argue that when you look at the cost of a rate case to the total operating expenses that your staff looks at, that the cost of the rate case is minimal compared to the totalistic view of the operations of the utility. So I guess my long answer for you is I'm not a real supporter of decoupling, because I think it ignores any cost savings that have been achieved in between rate cases.
Yeah, I get all your conceptual comments. The reason I ask it is, and I'm not trying to testify here, I know that, you know, the group that you're testifying on behalf of has raised a lot of concerns about increasing capital expenditures and sort of the misalignment between shareholder motivations and maybe customer motivations. And, you know, there is maybe some allure in breaking the, you know, the earnings or the motivation to increase earnings through capital expenditures. But I can't also disagree with what you're saying in concept. So I appreciate your thoughts on that. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Meyer, I found your pre-filed testimony to be interesting and thought-provoking. I appreciate your testimony very much. I don't have any questions for you. So I'll turn now to Mr. Zakura. Jim, do you have any any redirect?
May I please? May I please?
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Meyer, I would please ask you to turn your attention to page 4 of your pre-filed testimony.
I'm there.
And there was discussion of basically lines 21 through 29 of your testimony by counsel for Evergy, Ms. Kafer, I believe by Ms. Woody, and also by counsel for Curb. And I want to direct your attention to these particular issues. And one of the issues that you deal with is, you know, what's the motivation and how do you deal with people with companies who are considering doing an energy efficiency type of a project. And in fact, Missouri has addressed that, have they not, in terms of their opt-out provisions and customers that can elect not to participate?
Yes. Large companies are constantly looking at ways to efficiently use their energy. And the reason that is electricity for many of these companies is a very significant operating cost. In Missouri, the energy efficiency statute allows customers that have a demand of 5 megawatts or greater to basically automatically file and be exempted from energy efficiency programs offered by the utility. So that because the thought process is that these companies are constantly engaging in energy efficiency programs and looking at ways to reduce their consumption patterns, such that there was a concern expressed, or could be expressed, that if they were included in the energy efficiency program of the utility, they could actually be required to pay twice. So there is an opt-out for the very large customers, which is automatic. For customers that have a demand of 2.5 megawatts up to 5, they can also opt out by filing a study or an analysis with the staff and the company to show that what energy efficiency measures they have done and continuously evaluate, and based off of the review of the staff, they can also be opted out. So I have been involved in providing the analysis to the staff on the smaller customers, the 2.5 to, well, small being 2.5 to 5 megawatts. Many of them are large industrial customers above 5 megawatts have automatically opted out.
And sir, when you say opt out, you mean they cannot gain benefits from the program, but they also don't pay the cost of the program.
Right. They have nothing, it's a rider, and the line charge on their bills is zero if they've opted out.
And they also don't, excuse me, they
This is
also,
a caveat, they can't take advantage of any of the energy efficiency programs offered by the utility, and if they do, then they're basically automatically opted back in.
so that essentially deals with the issue that council was examining you on earlier, where we were talking about what really should be considered to be part of the program and what should not be part of the program.
Excuse me, I'm gonna register an objection because I believe what we've got here is going well beyond what Mr. Meyer has put in his direct testimony, which was very limited, and the questions that he's been asked now in cross-examination.
Well, may I be heard, Chair Keen? I believe it's directly.
Sorry, please respond.
I believe it's directly in response to the questions that were, I mean, council went through items 1, 3, and 4 on page 4. And all I'm trying to do here is to be responsive to that.
There was no discussion or mention in my cross-examination or anyone else's that I heard about the Missouri program opt-outs and all of that. This is all new to me.
May I suggest I continue and I get Ms. Caper can make whatever objections at that point in time.
Yes. At this time, I'm going to overrule the objection. Please continue.
Okay. There were questions from, I think, 3 of the council on cross-exam, Mr. Meyer, about net benefits to the program, and you responded to those. Would you offer some more clarity on that in terms of the number of years and when and how you feel that measure might be either accurate or not accurate?
Yes, depending on the time frame of the net benefit test, if you go once, just like with any other estimate, as the further out you go, the more uncertain those values of benefits are. And when you look at specifically like we were discussing just a minute ago, to the extent that you provide benefits for large customers, that can be misleading in that, as we discussed through the opt-out provision in Missouri, if those customers were going to pursue those initiatives anyway, that would be misleading and assigning cost net benefits to customers that would have achieved those things independent of the Evergy program.
And if I might direct one further question to you, Commissioner French and you had a discussion about whether or not, how you measure these, whether or not a rate case should be or could be filed. Would you expand on that a bit in terms of what you see in terms of perhaps even increased electric revenues in years to come?
Well, when you're looking at a lost revenue calculation or even a decoupling calculation, you're looking at just one aspect of what I call the total relationship between investments, revenues, and expenses. I think Mr. Ives in his testimony provided some discussion about the, I'll say the increase in potential electric usage with the electric vehicles. I think you have to look at, and also, I think it's probably undisputed in my mind, but the use of electricity in our lives over the last 10 to 15 years has, in my experience, has increased with more cell phones to charge, computers, TVs in almost every room. The use of electricity is increasing, and I think, as Mr. Ives pointed out, there is a great potential for electric vehicle revenue increases in the future. So when you look at just this aspect, I think that's a shortcoming in the analysis of what needs to be made sure that the utilities have sufficient revenue streams. I think you should look at all of it. And I'm a proponent that all aspects of the utility operations be looked at simultaneously. And that's why when I was discussing with Mr. French, my hesitation to agree with decoupling is it breaks that chain. Now there are extenuating circumstances and extraordinary circumstances when you can look at specific cost issues in isolation. And I would bring up, if you had an ice storm or a tornado, that those could be addressed in an isolated manner where you could defer those costs until you had an opportunity to look at all the relevant factors of the utility. But I'm more of a proponent of looking at the total operations of the utility at the same time.
Chair Keen and commissioners, I've concluded the redirect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Chair Keen, may I ask one follow-up based on some of the discussion?
Of course.
And I'm sorry for adding to the process here, but I'm not sure how relevant the discussion of the Missouri legislation is, but I guess I wanted to ask one clarifying question. I think you mentioned that an opt-out for large customers made sense in your opinion because I think your first statement was that they didn't benefit from the programs, but then I think you clarified to say they wouldn't be participating in the programs. I mean, wouldn't you agree that even if they don't participate in the programs, the biggest benefits from these types of initiatives would occur over the long run as far as net decreases to avoided costs that make the revenue requirement lower than it otherwise would have, and that would be a benefit that would flow to all customers, correct?
But Mr. French, the only point I would push back on is when the large customers focus on energy efficiency and do it on their own, they are creating those benefits that you describe long-term without any assistance or financial rewards from the utility. And that's what they are constantly looking at ways to more efficiently use electricity, and they're doing it on their own. So they don't need a charge from the utility for the energy efficiency programs because of those long-range benefits that you described or alluded to are being self-done.
So they've done that independently, but if further costs are avoided, further benefiting the entire system, that would add to their benefits, correct?
Well, the question is, I guess, should they be charged for it?
Yeah,
I agree. Excuse me?
I said I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they've done to the extent that they continually focus on their electricity usage, I think they're doing their part.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Keen, for the indulgence.
Absolutely. Mr. Zakura, yes, Commissioner Duffy.
Okay, I just got to pile in on this too. So isn't that what a business does? They try and, Mr. Meyer, they try and whittle down their input costs to improve their output outcome. But I think that's inherent in, especially in a bigger business. So should they, let's say they decide to buy their steel from China rather than somewhere else, or they want to buy it in the US, should they be relieved of a tariff or added to their tariff? Because, I mean, to me, they're always looking, especially a huge business has the capability of trying to be as efficient as possible, whether it's with human resources or otherwise. And then at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when that second shift starts and they're not asked to idle, because there is enough electricity to cover everybody because of energy efficiency measures, haven't they just benefited? I mean, because they're still operating and they weren't asked to go offline for a time?
Well, I think my point is that they are constantly looking at ways to do exactly what is offered by the Evergy programs. And so the opt-out exempts them from charges for those programs for which they are already studying.
Is that in their legislation, Missouri's legislation explicitly?
It's in their rules, yes.
It's in their rules, but not their legislation?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. And thank you, Chair Keen. I'm sorry, it was an interesting side discussion.
Yes, no problem. Given the additional commissioner questions, Mr. Zakura, do you wish any further redirect?
May I just have one?
Sure.
Okay. When you say opt out, that means they don't qualify for any of the benefits under the program as well. That's correct?
Right, they're totally exempted from the program.
So they're not getting any money under the program in Missouri, and they're not paying any of the rate.
Right.
And all I was trying to say is it's symmetrical. Okay. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Meyer, I believe we've reached the conclusion of your testimony this morning. We thank you very much for your appearance before the commission. You are excused and you may virtually stand down.
Thank you.
We've reached a point where I believe we definitely have to take a break. We're into this proceeding now at least 90 minutes, and I'm going to give our court reporter and ourselves a break. I have 10:48. Let's take a 12-minute break. Let's take a break until 11 a.m. We'll resume at 11 a.m. We're in recess until 11. Thank you. Michelle, if we could go to full screen. Very good. Denise Haas, are you good to go?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're back on the record. It's 11 o'clock a.m. Before we resume the examination of witnesses, I want to remind all parties that is the Commission's desire that we finish all testimony today. We have remaining yet 7 witnesses, all of whom are with the KCC staff. So if you can kind of be mindful of that and what it is your plans are going into the evening, kind of be introspective about that. We want to, and I'm not saying because we want to provide everybody with ample opportunity to have their say here and ask the questions that they think are necessary. With that being said, Ms. Mezzantine, I will turn to you and have you call your first witness.
Thank you, Chair Keen. At this time, I would like to call staff's witness, Dr. Lisa Parcell.
Ms. Mezzantine, if I could ask you, maybe on behalf of our court reporter, if you could be a little closer to that microphone because it sounds like you're really some distance away.
Yes, we are meeting them right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair King, because I was having trouble hearing her as well.
Very well.
Okay, Ms. Parcell, please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter on hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
We got a bunch of them now.
Can you hear me better now?
It's better, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, Dr. Parcell. Would you please state your full name and your business address for the record?
Sure. Lisa M. Parcell, Parcell, just for the record. And our business address is 1845 Fairmount, Wichita State University, 67260.
And you are employed at Wichita State University, correct?
I am.
What is your position at the university?
I'm the Betty and Oliver Elliott Professor of Communication, and I'm the co-director of the Research Partnership.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Lisa Parcell on behalf of the KCC staff filed on June 17th, 2022?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
I do. I have one typo. On page 5 of my testimony, line 6, I referred to DR KCC-35. That was the typo. It should have been CEP 3-5.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today as those contained in your direct testimony under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Commissioners, at this time, staff moves that the direct testimony of Dr. Lisa Parcell filed on June 17th, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record in this docket.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Parcell.
Good morning.
Let's see if we have some questions on cross-examination. I'll turn first to Mr. Flaherty.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we have commissioner questions. I'll turn first to Commissioner French.
I don't believe I have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Parcell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duffy.
Yes, thank you. And I do have a couple of questions. Ms. Parcell, I'm looking at page 5 of your testimony and line 14, it starts out, this means that Evergy will consider their marketing and educational efforts successful if they achieve an 18% participation rate of all eligible customers. So in your opinion, because your background is in marketing and research, correct?
Yes.
Is 18% high or average or what?
I hate to say it, but that's almost impossible to say from a broad marketing perspective. It's really a question of industry.
Yes.
And, yes. And for energy efficiency programs in general. And I am not an expert across the board on energy efficiency program being 18%. So my numbers were taken from Evergy's and from the other docket that I cited.
Okay, so, you know, I don't think energy efficiency programs, are we going to find this on TikTok or, I mean, how do you get into the head of somebody when I feel lately like I am being bombarded constantly with advertising, with notices? I mean, you know, it used to be you'd hear on the TV the golden arches and make that connection. But now with social media, and I believe there are ads popping everywhere. So how are they going to get into the head of a customer?
That's an excellent question. The people who will participate are the ones who are probably already inclined to do so. So you take, the idea is to take everybody, those who know nothing about it and those who are already avid people, and move everybody a little bit along a continuum. So you hope to, with any marketing program, and I'm speaking in general now, that you try to get the people who are not aware of your product aware of your product. Then you try to change their attitude. And then you try to move them into making a behavior change, which is buying the product, or in this case, adopting the energy efficiency programs. So Evergy has two challenges. One is that energy efficiency is not something most people walk around thinking about a lot. I know we all do because that's what we do. But so they have to get everybody's attention first. And I will say in the past, Evergy has provided a number of documents that they've shown from Missouri that look like they do take people at different points in that continuum of getting their attention, changing their attitude, and changing their behavior, and try to address them at each point. But it's not easy. You're absolutely right.
So is the incentive a financial reward in that your bill is lower? Is that going to be enough? I mean, it's kind of like, will people stop and pick up a dime on the sidewalk, or will they, or a penny, or will they stop and pick up a quarter? Yeah. So
I can answer that from our focus groups. The focus groups that we did with Evergy and other Kansas residents pretty clearly said that they will adopt energy efficiency measures if they know that it will make a direct impact on their bill, that they were very much motivated by changes in their bill, and they wanted it to be quick. They weren't as interested in long-term benefits in terms of their bill. They were interested in it being quick. There were many people in our focus groups who had already adopted energy efficiency measures, and they had basically said, we are adopting these because it will save us money. We're going to do it on our own. We haven't been part of a program. We are in favor of energy efficiency, but we are adopting on our own. But I would like to mention that the one thing that Kansas residents continually said was, if I can pay a fee that will help lower income residents, that's fine. That they recognize that they themselves would likely work on these energy efficiency efforts in their own homes by themselves, but they were willing to help out their neighbors.
For those who maybe cannot.
Exactly, yes.
Do not have. And yeah, I think you do see a lot of that in Kansas, where folks look out for those who maybe, and that's, they're willing to pay for social programs that they'll never use. I mean, it's not like maybe the fire department where we all hope we don't have to use it, but we pay for it. But a lot of folks are situated in that they believe they will never have to use a social program, right? Yes. But somebody else might. So the focus groups that you guys talked to back in October of 2020, they believed that, I mean, they really didn't know we exist, right? The KCC exists.
Yes.
So they don't see us as part of the solution or problem. They just didn't even know we existed, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
But they had an opinion about the company, correct?
The two of our focus groups were Evergy customers, and yes, they did.
And what was their opinion of the company?
In general, overall, they trusted them, that they had had good experiences with Evergy, and that when asked if they would support Evergy efforts to do energy efficiency programs, whether they would trust them or not, they said yes.
Okay, that said, do you believe they're the right people to go out and talk to folks about energy efficiency? Or who do you believe the company should partner with? I mean, the company cites the example of the Wichita Center that they have, that they would invite folks to come in. But how are they practically going to get people excited about this program? Even though they have a good reputation with two of the focus groups, how are they going to move that needle?
You're right. And that's the attention getting piece. So as other people have testified, the biggest challenge is going to be working with your lower income folks. And those partnerships that you have addressed before are going to be vital. That there's a huge hurdle for someone who is low income to adopt any of these energy efficiency methods, a perceived hurdle, I should say. This is something that they perceive it as difficult, they perceive it as expensive. And having the partnerships of people that they regularly work with and regularly trust are going to be very important. In terms of larger groups, like just Kansas across the board, I think it will have to come, the messages will have to be in ways where Kansans are already receiving a message. So many of our participants said, if you want me to see it, make it bright red and put it on my bill right next to the part that says what I owe. Don't send me extra flyers, extra stuff. And so I think Evergy is going to have to figure out where they are already have a touch point with the customer and put their message there.
I think it is going to be challenging, as in the old days, we used to put a notice in the newspaper announcing a public hearing or a meeting, or people paid their bills with checks and actually opened up. The bill arrives in their mailbox, they open it up, there's an insert, they read the insert, they write their check, they put their check into the envelope that was included in the bill, and they stick it back in the mail. A lot of folks, it's just automatically paid.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think the challenge will be getting their attention and making them feel that it's worth their while. Yes,
I agree.
So if you had one bit of advice to offer them, Ms. Parcell, what would it be for the company in terms of going after the attention of their customers?
It would be to make whatever programs they provide sound as simple and easy to adopt as possible. Because our focus group people continually said, if you give me a little rebate or you give me something and I have to fill out a bunch of paperwork, not interested. So it needs to be a message that it's at the point where they are willing to hear it. So at their bill, working with somebody who already works with the population, something where they're already involved in thinking about energy. And it needs to be easy. I would also add, if I could add one other piece, and Evergy, I believe, has done this in the past, is key performance indicators are going to be really important. And that's where Evergy makes markers ahead of time to say how many participants they want enrolled in programs. And that way they can tell if their advertising and their messaging is working. So if you don't reach your key performance indicators, then you back up, and Evergy has shown that they've done this in the past, and adjust your marketing message, adjust your mix of media that you use to get the message out, and move it forward.
Okay, good advice. Thank you, Ms. Parcell. And again, I really did enjoy your testimony as well.
Thank you.
I appreciated it as well, Ms. Parcell. I have no questions for you, however. Ms. Mezzantine, do you have any redirect? You're muted.
I do have some redirect. Just a very quick question for you, Dr. Parcell. Returning to page 5 of your direct testimony, line 14 that Commissioner Duffy asked you about.
Mhm.
That 18% participation rate, that goal, at the time you wrote this, that still included the LED component, did it not?
It did. Yes, and 13% was assumed to be about the LED component of that 18. Well, yes. Back that up. Yes, it included the LED component.
Okay, and to follow what you were just starting to say, are you aware of what that rate might drop to now without the LEDs?
I am not.
Okay, but you said did I hear you correct when you said that the LED was estimated to be about 13% of that goal?
Yes. In the past, yes. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. That is all I have for redirect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe we've reached the conclusion of your testimony, Ms. Parcell. We very much appreciate your attendance here. I would say for the record that 2 of the 3 members of this panel are shockers, and we're always appreciative of the contributions from representatives of our alma mater, and you've acquitted yourself and our alma mater quite well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Go Shockers.
Absolutely. Having said that, you are excused and you may step down virtually. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Mezzantine, if you would, please call your next witness.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call staff's witness, Dr. Jeffrey Jarman.
Hello.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Jarman. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Jeffrey W. Jarman, 1845 Fairmount, Wichita, Kansas, 67260.
By whom are you employed?
Wichita State University.
And what is your position at Wichita State University?
I'm the director of the Elliott School of Communication.
Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Jeffrey Jarman on behalf of KCC staff filed June 17th, 2022?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
And if I asked you those same questions today as contained in your testimony under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Thank you. Commissioners, staff now moves that the direct testimony of Dr. Jeffrey Jarman filed on June 17th, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record in this docket.
Is there any objection? Without objection, submitted.
Thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Jarman. Let's see if we have some questions for you. I'll turn first to Mr. Flaherty.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura.
And no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
No questions, thank you.
Let's see if we have any commissions from the party. Been a long day already, and it's only not even half over. Let's see if we have any questions from the commissioner. I think I've got that straight this time. I'll begin this time with Commissioner Duffy.
Good morning, Mr. Jarman. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you.
Again, I'd like to thank you for your participation in the 2020 survey. I felt that was an important item that the KCC take on to get for a lot of reasons, but it was very good information. I am referencing your testimony and I'm on page 6, and the question has to do with Evergy reported the survey found strong support for expanding energy efficiency programs in Kansas. like those of Missouri? Is that conclusion well supported? Your answer starts out no, your reply. Can you, I mean, I've read this, but can you share with me a little bit more why you believe no is the appropriate answer?
Yeah, you know, in that case, one of the things that was that I pointed out that is worth mentioning is that the question itself was framed to set up a situation for people to want the thing that they didn't have, causing people to immediately, you know, in somewhat of an appeal to jealousy, to ask, yes, I would like that thing as well. And the testimony goes on to say that some of those framing elements were set up to say, and by the way, it's only a modest fee. Would you want to pay that very modest fee for this really great thing that you don't have? And also, it allowed the participants to determine what that modest fee would be, all creating a situation where people could now say they wanted a thing that others had and that they could specify would be for a low fee. And I did temper that, I think, by saying also, it's not to say that there's not support for energy efficiency. You know, the focus groups that Dr. Parcell and I did, we found broad support for the idea of energy efficiency. It's just that question wording itself created a really high percentage, and it was worth trying to unpack and understand why.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on your comments. I was just kind of surprised that Evergy would do that, because they would frame the questions the way they did, knowing the sort of response it would elicit. Yeah, do you want to have a dessert like your brother kind of thing? And yeah, of course I would. Don't tell me it's celery or raisin pie, but yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So I would agree. So in a survey, don't you have to be very careful on how you ask your questions so that you get the best response possible?
It is important to write neutral and unbiased questions without loaded language, that to try to minimize things like frame, you know, encouraging people to reach particular answers. Those are all things that takes effort in order to try to get the most accurate answer so that we can best generalize to the larger population. The goal, I think, as Evergy set out, was to try to, you know, expand on our qualitative work with quantitative answers. But to your very good question, it takes a lot of effort in question and survey design, in sample recruiting, as just two factors to help create what could be generalizable information.
Yeah, I think you sum it up well on page 8, line 3. The problem of bias and framing is extensive in these series of questions. So I do appreciate you pointing that out. Let me look here. I believe that's all the questions I have. Again, I think this was an important part of our testimony here, because I mean, there's so many different elements in this whole question that we're dealing with, and this was just as important. Thank you, Mr. Jarman, for your input.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner French.
I don't have any questions, but Mr. Jarman, I do want to thank you for all the work you've done with our staff, you know, both within this docket and outside it over the last year or so. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable process. Thank you.
Very well. Again, I would and me too, to what my remarks of both of my fellow colleagues. I was frankly, I don't have any questions for you, Dr. Parcell, but Dr. Jarman, I'm sorry, but I do want to thank you so much for what is obviously an effective, professional, and thought-provoking exercise that you've acquainted us with through the process of this hearing. I think it really contributes. I agree with Commissioner Duffy. I think it contributes greatly to these proceedings. In fairness to the universities in Kansas, I would say that again, thank you for your association with Wichita State University going back well over 2 decades now, and for your leadership role there. I noticed that your PhD was from KU, and I would also have to note for the record, in fairness, that 2 of the 3 members of this panel are also Jayhawks. So I think I've touched everything, but I've offended probably everybody from K-State. It was inadvertent. I have a lot of respect for that university as well. Fort Hays State, we go on down the list. Anyway, thank you sincerely for your contribution to this docket. It's been most helpful.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Mezentine, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Very well. Dr. German, again, thank you. You are excused and you may virtually step down.
Thank you.
Ms. Mezentine, if you would call your next witness.
Thank you, Chair Keen. And at this time, and I apologize for the late notice on this, I would respectfully request that we could have Leo Hanos go next, followed by Dr. Lana Ellis.
Consider it done.
Okay, thank you. At this time, staff would like to call Leo Hanos to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hanos. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Leo M. Hanos. My business address is 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Road, Topeka, Kansas.
And please state your title and position at the commission.
I'm the Chief Engineer for the Utilities Division at the Commission.
Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Leo Hanos filed on June 17th, 2022?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those contained in that testimony?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Commissioner, staff now moves that the direct testimony of Leo Hanos filed June 17th, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record in this docket.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Let's see if we have any questions for you on cross. I'll turn first to Ms. Kafer.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hanos.
Good morning.
But I just want to confirm a few things with you for the most part. On page 5 of your testimony, starting down at the last question on line 20, you talk about how 69 of the measures for the TRM were your recommendation, which crosses over to the next page. On those 69 measures, you've said that the TRM should not contain an assigned savings value for those until the measure is installed. Do you have that testimony in front of you, or do you remember it?
Yes, I do. That's correct.
And can you confirm for me that Evergy did remove the savings information for all those measures?
Yes, they did. I think in an answer to a data request, they confirmed that.
Okay. And then I refer you back. You also have some recommendations in LMH4, your exhibit LMH4. You have recommendations about the roles and responsibilities in the EKME process.
Yes.
And with the settlement agreement that we have reached, the program settlement agreement, have we adequately addressed your recommendations in LMH4 for modifications?
I believe we have. I mean, the purpose of the exhibit was to pose a solution to make sure the commission is involved in the process as we develop the Emmv and as it goes on through the 4 years of the project. So the settlement does address that. It gives the commission opportunities to weigh in, and it also, of course, gives the parties that if there is some sort of a disagreement, that we can always reach out to the commission for a resolution.
Okay. And we've incorporated that into the program settlement agreement.
Yes, we have.
Okay, and same question on your exhibit LMH5 about the annual EKME timeline. Does the program settlement agreement address those recommendations adequately for you as well?
I think it does. I'm still not sure if we have enough time with the 90 days for an expedited hearing, but I think it's a start. If we need more, we can always address that as we go through the process.
Okay. Never have enough time. I know we don't. Okay, that's really all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Hain. Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more to confirm. In the program settlement agreement, the collaboration process, do you understand that the intent of that is that we will present a recommendation 12 months before the conclusion of the 4-year program, KEEIA program being presented in this case, if it's approved?
I would defer that to the staff members that worked on the financial part of this. On the collaborative side of that, I think our decisions would be more on the EMV. That's what I was focused on.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Flaherty.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Zakura.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Laughlin.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Astrad.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any commissioner questions. I'll turn first to Commissioner Duffy.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner French.
Let me try. I think good morning, Leo. You're probably going to turn me back to the financial staff members, but let me try to ask this question. Maybe it's just going to foreshadow for others what my question is. There is certainly testimony from Evergy that they believe staff has taken a more conservative position with cost recovery because staff does not trust the EMV process and that it will be able to accurately capture benefits. I mean, that's the feeling I'm getting from them, and that's the perception I am getting a bit in hearing some of the testimony. One, I guess, would you agree with that? And are you confident that this EMV, at least as to what you testified to, is going to produce results we can rely on for savings?
I do agree with your analysis of it. I'm not confident that it will give us the savings we want at this point because we haven't seen it yet. We've seen a framework that talks about EMVs. I mean, we have a pretty good framework, I would say. It's a good skeleton of it, but we don't know the particulars yet because it hasn't been written. And that's what we're trying to address with conditions that I recommended, is that we have the opportunity to have an auditor that gives us the expertise and the manpower, frankly, to really dig into the EMV and even to go further than that, look at the fundamental building blocks of the EMV, which are the various measures.
Assuming we have an auditor, the company has an independent auditor, and we all commit that we're going to have a big litigious process several years from now, if we're willing to accept that, is that an acceptable replacement for some of the more conservative, backstop mechanisms staff has put in place?
It's a start. I don't know if it's a backstop. And I think, the purpose of really having an EMV auditor, regardless of your recovery method, is to get accuracy and transparency on the application of the process for the sake of the credibility of the process, as much for the throughput numbers for Evergy or for the ratepayers. It could go either way, right? If we get more accurate numbers.
That's true. Well, thank you, Leo. That's all I had. I know those were kind of funny questions, but just wanted to make sure I addressed it since you dug in pretty deeply on the EMV framework. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, Leo, I would second exactly what Commissioner French just said. I thought your pre-filed testimony was very thoughtful, very interesting, and very helpful. I have no questions for you. Commissioner Duffy?
Yeah, since Commissioner French brought it up, and we've got Leo here, maybe you can answer this. So on the auditor, because this is a question I've had, is the auditor physically located in our shop or is it an Evergy shop?
Well, how would you say, my idea of it is based somewhat on Missouri, but I think it goes a little further than Missouri has for an auditor. It'd be our shop, it'd be our consultant that works for us. And unlike other parties that have weighed in here, we would make sure that we understood the consultant was giving us recommendations that we would analyze and then present them to the commission.
Okay, all right. That kind of puts a little bit of a better understanding. And it's not like we're going to wait till the end. And this auditor would be hired early, and so that we're working through issues throughout the years, right?
Yes, our concept would be that the auditor actually helped us evaluate even the EMMV program as it's developed by Evergy, which then would be presented to the commission to approve.
Okay, and such an animal can be found?
I have no idea.
You know, yeah, that is my concern. So it doesn't preclude that we might hire a firm, not a person, but a firm who will do the same sort of thing, right?
Yeah, conceptually, that's correct.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. And thank you, Chair King, for allowing me to just broach that a little bit more.
Absolutely. Ms. Mesentine, any redirect? Yes, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Hanos, the settlement agreement calls for a retrospective true up of the throughput disincentive for the first year of the EMV process, correct?
That's correct.
After that, if we do have any changes, those would apply only on a going forward basis, correct?
Any changes to the TRM would be going, yes, if any changes like in project year 2 would apply going forward unless we hit for any given component a 15% on average variance. And at that point, those would apply retroactively as well.
Okay, thank you. That is all I have.
Very well. Leo, I believe this marks the end of your testimony for today. We appreciate very much your appearance before the commission. Thank you for your testimony. You are excused and you may virtually stand down. Ms. Mesentine, if you would, please call your next witness.
I'm just going to hand you this.
One moment. Yes, thank you. At this time, staff would like to call Dr. Lana Ellis to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Ellis. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Anna J. Ellis, 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Road, Topeka, Kansas.
And please state your title and position with the commission.
The Deputy Chief of Economics.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Dr. Lana Ellis on behalf of KCC staff filed on June 17th, 2022?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath as those contained in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Commissioners, staff now moves that the direct testimony of Dr. Lana Ellis filed on June 17th, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very good. Lana, if you could, I think in the interest of the court reporter and the rest of us, if you could maybe move a little closer to the mic. It's difficult. We're having a difficult time picking up your presentation. Okay, very good. Let's see what cross-examination offers here. Mr. Flaherty, please.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any questions from the commission. I'll begin this time with Commissioner French.
I have no questions. Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Duffy.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ellis. I'm looking at your testimony on page 9 under public interest, line 4. And I'm just wondering here, your answer has to do with the hard to reach home programs and that they could benefit substantially. Participants would receive kits and otherwise costly weatherization measures free of charge. The installed measures would result in savings on energy bills each subsequent month following installation of those measures. This would be an ongoing energy savings. So my question is, as I believe there will be potentially a lot of demand for true weatherization funds to in Kansas. How is the company to determine who receives the benefit? I mean, how are they going to be able to make that determination beyond that everybody is eligible, or assuming everybody is eligible that has applied?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The budget is limited, as you know, and so there will need to be a way to decide how to prioritize those participants. And there's been a lot of good input from the poverty experts, and I don't have that expertise, but I've read their testimony and I appreciate their contributions and the input. And that's why we've designed the collaborative process, so that we can all work together and work through that process and determine how to best allocate and implement the programs once they're funded.
Okay, I would submit that just like a lot of the federal programs now coming out of the administration, there are deadlines and timeframes in which people need to submit applications or to be considered. And these folks definitely, I don't think, will have the wherewithal to submit applications. And a lot of thought really needs to be given to how we, with the very limited resources, how we make the best impact with the funds and for the long haul. And I think that is going to be very challenging. I would just offer that. Any thoughts on your end?
No, I agree. And that's why I really appreciate the fact that we have so much involvement from the experts that really have experience with these constituents and the processes. And I'm looking forward to working with them in the collaboration process.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your work on this docket as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair King.
Absolutely. Good morning, Lana. It's been a while since I've seen you, and it is so nice to see you again. I don't have any questions for you, but I do want to add this. I really appreciate so much your testimony with respect to the hard to reach homes, pardon me, issue. This is a very important consideration, I think, for these proceedings. And you have addressed the subject quite professionally, I think, through your testimony here and in your pre-filed testimony. It's just very thoughtful. And we also generally appreciate your work on behalf of the commission generally. So thank you so much for all of that. I'm most pleased to say that in a public forum. And I know that I'm expressing the thoughts of my fellow commissioners on that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Messentine, any redirect?
I have none, Chair Keen.
Very well. Well, Mr. Ellis, you may stand down. We appreciate your testimony so much. You're excused, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Ms. Messentine, if you would, please call your next witness.
Yes, at this time, staff would like to call Dr. Robert Glass to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter non hearing with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Glass. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Robert H. Glass, Kansas Corporation Commission, 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Drive, Road, Topeka, Kansas, 66604-4027.
Thank you. And please state your title and position at the commission.
Chief of Economics and Rates, the Utilities Division.
And did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Dr. Robert Glass on behalf of the KCC on June 17th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And did you cause to be filed in the docket settlement testimony of Dr. Robert Glass on behalf of KCC staff on August 4th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to your direct testimony at this time?
Yes, I do. Sadly. I have three. On page 59, there's a question. The question on line 12 is, how is staff's analysis of residential DSM programs organized? And that should be, how is staff's analysis of business DSM programs organized? That's the first one. The second one is on page 71, line 11. There's a stray A dot. In other words, there's an answer or there wasn't a question. That's always annoying. And then on page 86, there's a footnote, footnote 49, which at the end says, which is attached as part of exhibit RHG-1. It was decided not to attach it and we forgot to take the phrase out. That's it.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections to make to your settlement testimony at this time?
No, I don't.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those contained in your direct testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would your answers be the same as those contained in your settlement testimony?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Commissioners, at this time, staff moves that the direct testimony of Dr. Robert Glass and the settlement testimony of Dr. Robert Glass, filed respectively June 17th, 2022 and August 4th, 2022, be incorporated into the evidentiary record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, they're admitted.
Thank you. I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very good. Good morning, Dr. Glass.
Good morning. Morning, Commissioner Jean, Chairman Jean.
Very nice to see you again, Bob. It's been a while since I've seen you as well. And I'll say at the outset, thank you so much for your service to the commission as well. Let's see what sorts of cross-examination, absolutely, what sorts of cross-examination we have ahead of you here. Let me turn first, Mr. Flaherty.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions for Dr. Glass. Good morning, Dr. Glass.
Good morning.
In looking at Evergy's whole home efficiency program tariff, is it your understanding that Evergy or its program administrator will not offer incentives for heat pumps under that tariff to Evergy's customers who have gas furnaces as their heating system?
Yes,
And there's nothing in the program settlement that you are supporting in your testimony that changes that provision in Evergy's whole home efficiency tariff, correct?
correct.
And is it your understanding that Evergy is not proposing to offer incentives for heat pumps to Evergy residential customers who have gas furnaces as their heating system under any of the residential energy efficiency programs?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask my co-counsel, Mr. Vincent, if he could put up on the screen the program settlement. I've got a few questions for you regarding some of the provisions in that settlement. And Robert, if you could turn to page 8 of the settlement itself. Top of the page there. And Dr. Glass, I want to ask you some questions about the provision that is there at Roman numeral 5.1.1. Do you see that provision?
Yes.
And that relates to what access the stakeholders in this case will have with respect to Evergy's program tracking databases. Is that correct?
Yes.
And will it be Evergy that's providing access to the program tracking databases, or will it be some other entity? Or do you know?
I don't think that was ever decided specifically, but I think the assumption was that the databases would be maintained by Evergy.
Okay. And what type of access is staff contemplating under this provision?
That the databases would be made available, and that all of the all the stakeholders would have access to the databases. That was my understanding of the agreement.
Okay. And under item 4 that's listed there in this provision of the settlement agreement, it talks about that there's supposed to be Evergy tracking the technology replaced as well as its replacement. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you contemplate that stakeholders like the gas utilities will be able to see what type of heat pumps are being replaced and the replacement heat pump under the programs?
Yes.
And so the gas utilities or any other stakeholder should be able to confirm that a like-for-like replacement occurred under this item in the database and that a heat pump was not replacing a gas furnace.
Yes.
If Evergy is allowed under one of its business program components or measures to offer an incentive for new heating system to an Evergy business customer who currently uses a natural gas furnace as its heating system, do you expect the information that's supposed to be maintained under these databases to show that that business customer was replacing a natural gas furnace with a heat pump, so that we would know that occurred?
Yes.
Mr. Vincent, if we go back to page 3 of the program settlement. Yeah, right there is good. So Dr. Glass, under item A1 there's a reference that says remove business new construction component. Does that mean that Evergy's not seeking approval of its business new construction component in this docket, and that component is being withdrawn by Evergy?
Yes, and both in both of those programs, the whole business efficiency and in the hard to reach business.
And in a couple of these sentences, and I talked to Mr. Eyes about this yesterday. There appears to be a distinction, but maybe it's not a distinction, that where on some of these sentences, it says the components being removed. In others, it says the budget's being removed. But would you agree, and I think he agreed yesterday, that if a component or a program doesn't have a budget under this settlement, then it really doesn't allow Evergy to implement the program?
I would say that's ordinarily true, but there is that one mention of the business comfort measure, business comfort HVAC, and my understanding, business custom HVAC. And my understanding is that that is going to continue. And I think it will be buried within something in the whole business efficiency and in the hard to reach business programs. I don't know where. The reason that that staff agreed to that was because there is a cost benefit analysis done prior to this measure. And although that's not in the tariff, Evergy has agreed to put that in the tariff when they revise the tariffs. That is the lone exception, and I don't know where it'll go. That wasn't decided. That hasn't been explained.
Okay, and that business custom HVAC, that measure is, again, if the commission approves this settlement without the like for like restriction that the gas utilities are asking to be included, that's the one measure where Evergy would be allowed to offer an Evergy business customer who has a gas furnace to be able to offer that customer a heat pump rebate, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, given current policy by the commission, yes.
And the money to fund that heat pump rebate under the business custom HVAC measure, that will be paid by Evergy's other business customers, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The last couple of sentences in this provision where it talks about reserving the budgets or redesigning the components. Can you just explain to me how you imagine that process is going to work? And in your explanation, can you include how you envision what rights the stakeholders in this case would have in addressing those redesigns of those programs?
Yeah. Basically, what they're doing is the business comfort in both the hard to reach business and the whole business efficiency had very bad benefit cost results. Evergy has agreed to not implement them the first 2 years, to redesign the programs so that they are much more cost effective. So let's say they're at least cost effective. And then after they're redesigned, and if they're approved, and there's a process that's laid out in that approval process. If they're approved, then the budgets for year 1 and 2 will be the budgets for year 3 and 4. I believe that the process starts 18 months in. Evergy has 18 months to redesign those. I believe that the commission at some point has to approve those new budgets. I think that's the way it is, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay. Will stakeholders have the ability to raise issues relating to the redesign of these components? And how would that be done?
Whatever stakeholder meetings look like, I would think, well, yes, stakeholders get to voice their opinions. But stakeholders can't force Evergy to do something. So they only, if the gas companies object to something, the only place where that could be changed or corrected would be with the commission, is my understanding.
So if the commission has to, if Evergy has to come back, go through the collaborative process, and then ask the commission for approval of either the program, the redesigned program, or the budgets, they'd have to ask the commission for approval. And at that point, if the gas utilities or any other parties had any issues with either the redesign or the budget, that's when those parties could ask the commission to consider their concerns.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. If we could remove the screen share, thank you very much. Moving on with cross-examination, Mr. Zakura.
And no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laughlin.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Glass.
Please.
Thank you, Chair Keen. Good morning, Mr. Glass. We'll get right into it. So prior to submitting your corrected testimony in support of the program settlement agreement on August 4th, 2022, you reviewed Evergy's application filed on December 17th, 2021, and the corrected application filed by Evergy on May 18th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you were also actively involved and present throughout the settlement conference, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also reviewed the responses to discovery requests submitted by Evergy related to on-bill financing, correct?
Yes, I did.
Does this include the response to staff's discovery requests that were submitted by Evergy this past Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah, I read them over. Those data requests were actually designed or written by our legal staff. They were confirmation of what legal staff had, I believe, discussed with Evergy legal staff, what on-bill financing was going to look like.
Sure. So you were able to review those discovery requests. I think it was 83 through 89 submitted this week, though.
Correct. Yes, I read the results. I read Evergy's responses.
Okay. So in your review of the original application, the corrected version of the application, your participation throughout the settlement conference, and after your review of all the relevant discovery requests related to on-bill financing, did Evergy ever compare the expenses and or the cost differences between implementing an in-house on-bill financing program versus implementing the PACE program?
No.
Okay. Did Evergy ever provide a breakdown of the costs related to the PACE program that is proposed in the settlement agreement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So now I'd like to turn your attention to your testimony in support of the program settlement agreement, page 10, lines 15 to 16. And if I could actually share my screen and just pull it up really quick, if that's easier for you.
I got it right here.
Okay. So do you see your recommendation that the commission consider a less expensive in-house on-bill financing option rather than PACE? You see that language?
Yes.
Would you agree that this recommendation here is conclusory insofar as it states that PACE is not the least expensive on-bill financing program?
Okay, it's based upon an assumption that the brand PACE has a certain premium price to it. This was confirmed to us by Evergy. They didn't give us a number, but they said that PACE would be more expensive. So that's what that statement is based on. If that's not true, if Evergy can't show that on-bill financing in-house is cheaper than PACE, then staff would not, well, then our recommendation would be meaningless. So it all has to do with whether Evergy can show that in-house is cheaper. If they can, we support that. We want what's cheapest for the customer as long, and again, this was done by our legal staff. I'm not a lawyer, don't pretend to be a lawyer, don't even joke about being a lawyer. They went through this pretty meticulously, trying to identify the specific aspects of pays that protected customers and protected, well, in particular protected customers, but not just customers who were part of the program, but all customers, because of staff's experience with the Simple Savings Program and the on-bill financing there. That has left a very bad taste with certain people in this building. And as a result, staff, litigation staff, not me, I didn't do this, I didn't read that stuff. Litigation staff went through and it seems to me really picked out a lot of the important aspects that picked out all the important aspects that protected customers. So if Evergy can provide on-bill financing in-house that has all these protections and is cheaper, we favor it. If they can't do that and pays is in fact as cheap or cheaper than what Evergy can do, then we support that. We just want least cost for customers with protection.
Well, I certainly appreciate that answer, and CEP would agree with your sentiment there as well. You mentioned it was based on sort of the premium price. That recommendation was based sort of on the premium price. Are you referencing the licensing fee there?
Yes.
Okay. So, but Evergy, as you mentioned, didn't provide the actual costs associated with that licensing fee, correct?
They've never told us.
Okay. So just to reiterate and clarify, the statement that you made that pays a less expensive in-house program outside of pays isn't really a criticism of pays. It was just simply based on pays having that licensing fee.
Yes.
Okay. So shifting gears a little bit, and I'll finish up here shortly. Were you involved in any capacity in the 2018 merger between KCP&L and Westar?
The merger, yes. I did some benefit cost analysis, some looking at plant retirement, stuff like that. Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, was one of the goals and purposes of the merger to provide consistency across state lines?
You should ask Justin Grady.
Okay.
Or Mr. Grady's got a lot better handle on that than I do. I could give you an answer, but he can give you a better answer.
Okay. Certainly appreciate that answer. To your knowledge, is the PAYS program already being implemented by Evergy in Missouri?
It's a pilot program in Missouri, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that in general, there are inherent costs to implementing new programs, especially when a program is serving the same purpose already exists?
Are you talking about duplication, or are you talking about developing something that's similar to something that already exists?
Yeah, the latter.
Okay, yes, that's true.
Sure. So specifically as it relates.
First mover always pays the price.
Correct. Okay. So specifically when talking about implementing a new starting from scratch in-house on-bill financing program other than PAYS.
I apologize to interject, but I might have to lodge an objection at this point. Staff has signed on to the agreement that would allow PAYS to take place in Kansas. We approve of PAYS in Kansas. So I just am not understanding the line of questioning here.
I'm just trying to determine how Evergy, in staff's mind, would determine how the in-house on-bill financing would be least cost. How would they prove that? So I was going to go into whether certain situations or certain such as hiring employees or the time it takes to take away from other duties would impact that analysis of least cost. And that was going to be the end of my questioning.
I would, again, I appreciate the concerns that you have here, but again, I would clarify, I mean, this is this is hypothetical because we have agreed to implement the PACE program in Kansas.
Chair Keen, I believe you're muted.
Sorry about that. Zoom thing. The objection is overruled and the witness may answer within the purview of his knowledge.
So just to reiterate, I just want to know, what if Evergy is to show that an in-house on-bill financing program is the least cost, would cost of hiring new employees, cost of rebranding and marketing, or the cost to take away from other duties, would those all be costs that are reasonable to include in that analysis?
I would think so, but we have a staff of auditors and they would be doing that, not me, because when I look at those auditing spreadsheets, my eyes glass over.
Well, thank you, Mr. Glass. That concludes my questioning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. Let's see if we have any commissioner questions. I'll begin this time first with Commissioner Duffy.
Good morning, Bob. Or
Morning.
good afternoon, I guess. As I read your testimony and then on the settlement, it appears to me that there are a lot of moving parts and things have to happen before, let's say the commission approves a settlement. I just don't know how the timeframes are going to work. So do you have a concern too that really practically this makes sense in terms of methodically getting A done before B, before C, and getting the ducks in a row before this program would start?
Well,
it is August, whatever, we're August 10th. So
I think they were shooting for the 1st of January for the programs that were approved.
That's correct.
Okay, I envision a staggered start. The demand response programs, there's no change. They're exactly as filed. And I would assume that they would have those ready to go January 1st. The other programs that are modified, I would think that might take a little bit of time. And then there's the programs where stuff is held in reserve. That's going to take a lot of collaboration and work. It's not an easy process trying to revise the programs. And staff also has the problem. Energy efficiency and energy efficiency programs are so complex now that staff that we cannot by ourselves look at these programs and try to tinker with them to make them pass benefit cost tests. We need to hire a consultant that is an expert in energy efficiency programs that can represent us. So that's going to be a sticking point. I don't envision this being a smooth process, but I don't envision anything new ever being a smooth process. I expect that there are going to be hiccups along the way, but there are procedures and there's the collaborative process that is in place to deal with these types of unexpected events, unexpected circumstances that I think can smooth out the problems that will develop. But I've never seen anything new done that didn't have problems. That's just the fact that I'm old and I've watched things screw up a lot.
I would agree. When you and we talk about hiring an auditor, but I can remember many conversations with you about energy efficiency. And I think your point is well taken that it's a lot more complex. There's a lot of different moving parts here. And so I think that is a word to the wise that either an expert is hired or an expert firm to ensure that we do this well. Because once it's set in place, even though there are checks and balances along the way, I think we really want to get things right the first time and not have to keep coming back and reworking.
I agree. There's always with anything, once you get something in place, there's inertia. And it's really hard to stop inertia. And if something's going poorly, there's always a constituency out there that's benefiting from it going poorly. And they're not going to want to change it. And there's a lot of subsidies here. And trying to eliminate subsidies is really difficult.
And once you've made them public and you've said it out loud, I think it's difficult to take things back.
That's exactly right. You're correct.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Your testimony wasn't as fun to read, but and it was very challenging to read sometimes. But I appreciate the effort that you put into this docket.
I apologize for the length of the direct testimony. It actually was longer. I took out, I think, 12 tables. Too many topics. I apologize.
Don't apologize. That's part of it, but it required a couple of sessions in and of itself and then to go back. So I think that is an indication of how much we rely on those people who have expertise in certain areas to ferret out those things that are most important for us to understand and bring to our attention. So I appreciate that. It's not an easy job.
It wasn't, no.
Commissioner French.
Good afternoon, Dr. Glass.
Good afternoon.
I agree with Commissioner Duffy. Your testimony, as always, is dense, highly technical. So maybe I'll go a little off script here. I really just have kind of one line of questioning, and you always, present to us with the most utmost candor, and so I'm going to rely on that here. Though I will understand if this is a question you have to defer over to the finance side or to someone else. I think you can tell I'm really wrestling with the fact that we have two settlement agreements, and staff supports one, but not the other. And I'm trying to boil it down here. My understanding is, at least on the financial side, staff seems to think there is a more just and reasonable outcome. But I guess my question is, you support the programs. You do think for the ones that are required to be cost beneficial, that they are cost beneficial. And I guess my question is, have you looked at it from the perspective of, if the commission were to adopt the financing proposed by the other settlement agreement, not what staff is proposing, would it continue to be your opinion that the programs are still beneficial to Kansans and to the state, even if the finance or the cost recovery component isn't quite the most efficient as the staff has laid out?
Okay, Justin Grady can explain this better than I can. In the last KEEIA docket, I proposed an outline of a decoupling mechanism that was just that, an outline. Justin has gone much further than I have. He's much more flexible than I am on this. I mean, he has tried to come up with ways to ameliorate some of the concerns that Evergy has. But I think the most important thing is that if they get what they are asking for, you look at the benefit cost test results. Everybody says that customers benefit from this. The benefits outweigh the costs. That is exactly true if you look at the TRC and you look system-wide. But if you look at ratepayers, what is the effect on ratepayers? The RIM for both Central and for Metro is, well, see, for Central, it's 0.94. For Metro, it's 0.92. In other words, ratepayers are paying more than they're getting back in benefits. And that just makes sense, right? If you give lost revenue recovery, then it's really hard for ratepayers not to come out ahead. Now, the ratepayers that do come out ahead are the whatever percentage, 18%, something like that, of the customers that are participants in the program. But the other 82% are not coming out ahead. And that is exactly the concern that I have, is that we have to look at all of the ratepayers. And I'm certain Evergy will make every effort to get everybody to participate. And, you know, there is extensive low income, and that's, you know, that's a good thing. But you still have the problem that for the ratepayer, rates are going to go up and bills are going to go up. Both of those are difficult problems, and Mr. Grady will deal with that.
Oh, well, I promise I'm going to ask Mr. Grady on this issue as well, but maybe one more clarifying question, because there does seem to be some divergence between the TRC test versus the RIM test. And, you know, I got to ask you, because it gets beyond my grasp pretty quickly. If I'm looking at overall reduction of system costs in the future, as far as avoided generation capacity and maybe avoided transmission, other avoided system costs, I assume that is more fully captured in the TRC test. Is that also a component of the RIM test, or does the RIM test not look quite that far out?
I have a, in my direct testimony, I don't remember the page number, but I have a picture that shows you this, shows you the answer. And to be honest, I have to go back and check everything.
Makes me feel better.
Yeah, the TRC does not include incentive costs. And the reason it doesn't include incentive costs is they're transfers from one group of customers to another group of customers. It's internal to the system. The TRC does not include lost revenue recovery, because that's a transfer from customers to the utility. That's the reason. The benefits are the same, the denominators are different. The benefits are avoided costs, and they're the same avoided costs for both tests. The difference is in the denominator, and the denominator is costs. And the costs are far more, the costs include lost revenue recovery, and they include incentives. And that's the reason that you have the difference in the two tests. Okay,
that's helpful. I believe that's all I have, and I'll make sure to ask Mr. Grady some questions as well. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Commissioner Duffy.
So, Bob, is that on page 32, table 16? Is that what you're referencing?
Excuse me, I have to, I trust you. I think you're, yes, that's exactly it.
Okay, so that was a really interesting chart, and I'm glad that Commissioner French brought that up. So, and that you walked us through it, because I think that's very telling. So if I look at your chart here, your therefore is what? If you could just complete overall, and therefore your summation of this chart.
Well, I would say if that the programs, the programs that need to pass benefit cost tests, pass them. There's one exception, and that's because they took the LEDs out, and I'm sure that Evergy will find a way to fix that program. It looks horrible now. I put the numbers in my settlement testimony, but I still think that Evergy can fix that program, and they just may have to shuffle stuff around and maybe reduce some of the benefits, reduce some of the incentives or something. Anyhow, without lost revenues, I think it's a great set of programs. I particularly like the low income, and the reason I like the low income is because I didn't have to work on it. Dr. Ellis did all the work, but if you notice, the criteria that the commission came up with about effectiveness really played a role in our agreeing to 10% rather than 5%, because weatherization has already been shown to be effective.
Yes.
I like programs that we know work. And so using that criteria, making weatherization 5%, and then the other remaining programs 5%. Again, this is not something I thought of. Dr. Ellis thought of this, but I will take credit for hiring her. I thought it was really a smart way of looking at it, and a great way of dealing with the problem of effectiveness.
Okay. All right, so I appreciate your further explanation, and thank you, Commissioner French, for raising that issue. I had marked it, but missed it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Absolutely. Well, Bob, I'm going to accept your admonition that you are not and have no desire to be confused with being an attorney. However, as an economist and an economic analyst, in my opinion, you're top flight. I found your testimony here to be characteristically, quite frankly, quite evocative. For the record, that's evocative, not provocative. The issue, and one issue that I want to go back to that Commissioner French's question directed you to in part was the issue of trade-offs. I think it kind of addressed some trade-offs in response to a question that was posed to you by Commissioner French. I have a question that relates to a close cousin of trade-offs, specifically that has to do with opportunity cost. So I would appreciate your take on this. Were you present, Bob, yesterday during the cross-examination of Mr. Ives?
I was there for most of it. Yes.
Okay.
Not all of it.
That's okay. It's not important that we have a photographic recall of any of that, to be sure. I did ask him a question about opportunity cost. I'm not sure how well I articulated it for evoking his response, but I want to ask you this question. In your opinion, does opportunity cost analysis have a role to play in analyzing any important aspects of energy efficiency programs?
there are all types of problems with evaluating energy efficiency programs. The benefit cost tests beforehand, before you implement them, are basically based on, I call them engineering estimates, the TRM, the technical resource manual. And then afterwards you have behavioral costs. When a customer puts in a new HVAC system, and let's say the summer rolls around and it's hot and it's 9 o'clock at night and it's still in the 80s, and they turn down the air conditioning because now it's more energy efficient. They're making an opportunity cost decision there. They're making the decision that the savings that they would get by not turning it down is less than the comfort they get by turning it down. They're willing to pay to turn it down. That opportunity cost is a benefit to those customers. So I've made the point that there's a rebound effect with most of these programs, especially with HVAC, that people put in a new HVAC system and then they turn the thermostat up in the winter, down in the summer, more than they would with the inefficient one. Because the cost of heating service and the cost of cooling service is now less. And I'm not the only one. Ms. Napoleano, said that one of the problems with low-income people is that they have to have their thermostats at a unsatisfying, unsafe, low level. You put in a new HVAC system, they're going to raise it. They're going to raise their thermostat in the winter, and that's a rebound effect. So you're not going to get the savings that you think you're going to get. That's the reason that the estimate of lost revenues, that's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons that the estimate of the lost revenues is not going to be, it can't depend upon just engineering estimates. You have to take into account behavior, and economic behavior is always tied to opportunity cost. Did I come anything close to what you were interested in?
Yes, you did, but I'm going to ask you to approach it from a slightly different perspective now within the context of this docket. I'd be interested in your take on opportunity cost considerations from the perspective of the utility, in this case, Evergy.
Well, if they don't get, are you interested in the difference between what they're proposing to recover and what something like decoupling recover, so they get less lost revenue? Or is it the investment that theoretically the energy efficiency programs are going to put off the building of new generation, and in fact, that is an opportunity cost that they're losing, so they could recover on that asset, and instead they would want to recover on energy efficiency as if it were an asset?
More the trade-off on the latter than the former, yes.
Okay. I can give you the start of an answer. I just heard Justin Grady upstairs about an hour and a half go into a fairly long description of this problem. He can give a better answer than I can, but it really comes down to Evergy, they need a return. They need an incentive to do these programs. Just getting lost revenue isn't enough. They need an incentive to do the programs. But the incentive is the energy efficiency programs are not providing assets for the rate for the shareholders. The shareholders only get assets when something's built, not when something isn't built. So there is that opportunity cost. And the trade-off that the shareholders are having to make is between an 18% return on some sort of net benefit calculation and what they would get with a new natural gas fired generation plant. Well, the new natural gas fired generation plant will be depreciated over 30, 35 years, something like that. And they'll get the whole of that back, plus they'll earn a return on it. So there's a lot to get back from that. But I don't think you could ever say they're going to get 18% in 4 years off of a generation plant. But that's my opinion. Justin Grady can give you a much better answer.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Bob, I thank you very much for that. It's always insightful. As we come out of this pandemic here, I look forward more to being able to have direct contact with you. I appreciate the benefit of your thoughts very much. This concludes, I believe, your testimony on cross. Carly, do you have any redirect?
Just a few questions, Chair Keen.
Please.
Dr. Glass, now that LED light bulbs have been removed from the programs, does staff still expect participation to be at 18%?
It'll obviously drop some, but it's really hard to figure out how, because it was the answer to a CEP data request. There are a significant number of participants that are in education programs. We assume that's the HER program, the whatever HER stands for, the home energy report. So we assume that there's a lot of participation there. There's also a lot of participation in the home demand response, which is the thermostat. So you have, like in Central, I can remember it's in the 40s of thousands. So that's where a lot of the participation is in those two programs. Now the light bulbs eliminate a lot of the participation in actual appliances other than thermostats. I don't really think of a thermostat as an appliance, but maybe it is an appliance. So the other appliances, LEDs provided, for example, for the home products component, LEDs provided more than 90% of the benefits of that one component. Eliminating those LEDs really strips down that program. And so you're just going to have big ticket items left, aerators and stuff like that, primarily big ticket items. And they're just, how many people replace their HVAC system every year? Very few. So there are very few opportunities for that to come into play. How many times do you replace your refrigerator? I've been in our house now. We've been in our house for 25 years, and we replaced that refrigerator 20 years ago. And to be honest, the old refrigerator is sitting in the garage. So we do have a very efficient refrigerator in the house, and we have the inefficient one in the garage. So my experience is that you don't replace refrigerators very often. You don't replace HVAC very often. A lot of these things, that was the nice thing about LEDs. Everybody's got light bulbs everywhere. And if they're cheap enough, you put more light bulbs, and we have people on our block that have, well, not on our block, but down the street when I walk the dog, there are people that still have their Christmas lights up, because it's cheap. So taking out the LEDs, to answer your question, eliminates, my guess is about 10%, not 10%, it lowers the participation rate from about 18% to probably about 16 to 17%. And that participation rate is about average for the Midwest. There was a study done by, I think, Berkeley Labs, and for what's called West, North, Midwest, the average participation rate of people who receive benefits from energy efficiency programs is 18%. So, and they include Minnesota in that group. And of course, Minnesota skews everything when it comes to anything that involves something like energy efficiency. So that 18%, I don't think Evergy's overestimating. I don't think they're underestimating. I think if they can get 18%, they've done a good job.
Okay, thank you for that. Earlier, you answered a question from Commissioner French, in which you stated if you give them, i.e. Evergy, lost revenue, it's really hard for customers to not come out ahead. I just want to clarify, did you mean to say it's really hard for customers to come out ahead?
Oh, you were confused by my double negative? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. And my last question goes back to the line of questioning related to pays by the CEP attorney, Mr. Laughlin. The only thing I would like for you to address is, were you provided any information regarding the pays program in Missouri?
I wasn't provided, but actually I've looked at it. They have a pilot program. They did a study ahead of time. They've got like a 76-page study they did before they implemented it. And I've spent a lot of time looking at the Missouri programs and what's gone on in Missouri and the audit process, the EMV process and the audit process and how that all works out and how contentious it is. I've wasted a lot of time in their dockets. And so that part I did know a little bit about. I knew that they did a very serious study before they, as a matter of fact, they hired a consultant to do a study before they selected pays. So that's really all, that's all I know about it. I've told you everything I know and maybe more than I know.
Do you have any information on the cost of the pays program in Missouri specifically?
No, I don't. I might have seen it at the bottom of a budget, but I sure didn't look at, I sure don't remember the number. And I'm not sure I even saw it at the bottom of a budget.
Okay, well, that concludes my redirect. Thank you, Dr. Glass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Dr. Glass, I believe this concludes your testimony. We thank you so much for appearing before the commission and presenting your thoughts. At this time, you are excused and you may step down virtually.
Thank you, Chairman King.
We've reached the point where we need to have a lunch break. So that's exactly where we're headed, I believe. By my reckoning, it's about 12:43. Again, we have two major witnesses ahead this afternoon. I'm going to propose a 30-minute lunch break, roughly. So let's recess until 1:15. We'll resume at 1:15. We're in recess. Thank you. Michelle, could you bring back full screen? Denise, are you ready to go?
I am ready. Thank you.
Very good. All right, we're back on the record now. It's 1:15, and we'll resume the examination of witnesses. Ms. Mazantine, if you would, please call your next witness.
Yes, Chair Keen, at this time, staff would like to call Douglas Hall.
Pardon me, Commissioners. This is Joseph A. Shepherd. Before we proceed, I do have one motion I want to bring up, if I may.
What's on your mind?
Yes. As the commission parties may recall, Curb sponsored testimony from two witnesses back for direct testimony of also Danielle Goldberg. And she did not have a specific request or was not requested to be present for the hearing for questions. However, we had wanted to make sure that we admitted her direct testimony into the record for the commission's consideration later based on the subject matter of her testimony. So if I could, I'd like to make that motion now.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you, Commissioner, for indulging me.
Okay.
Chairman Keen, if we're doing house cleaning, I have one matter as well. May I?
Please proceed.
Do it now. Yesterday, Commissioner Duffy asked Kim Winslow for an organization chart of Kim's division, and we provided that to the parties and to Mr. Cohen and Mr. Fidotin this morning by email and marked it as Evergy Exhibit 5, and I would like to move for the admission of that as well.
Very well. Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Carly, I think we're going to turn back to you.
Okay, at this time, I would like to call staff's witness, Douglas Hall.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Douglas W. Hall, and the business address is 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Road in Topeka, Kansas.
And did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Douglas Hall on behalf of the KCC staff on June 17th, 2022?
I did.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Hall. I'm going to backtrack a second. Would you please state your title and position at the commission?
Yes, I am a rate analyst in the audit section within the utilities division at the KCC.
Okay, thank you. If I were to ask you the same questions today that were asked in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to make to that direct testimony at this time?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Commissioner, staff now moves that the direct testimony of Douglas Hall filed June 17th, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. And we now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Afternoon.
Let's see what cross-examination we have ahead. I'll turn first to Ms. Kafer.
Thank you, but my questions for Mr. Hall have already been addressed throughout the hearing, so I don't have any.
Very good. All right. Mr. Flaherty.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laughlin.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Astrand.
No questions from Curb. Thank you.
All right. Doug, let's see if we have any commissioner questions. I'll turn first to Commissioner Duffy.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner French.
I have one question. Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon, Commissioner French.
Most of my questions I think I can reserve for Mr. Grady because there's some overlap in what you all have testified to, but he's kind of the last word on some of it with his settlement testimony. So I'll reserve much of it. But I did want to ask you, I was looking at your direct testimony, page 14. And at that place, you talk about other states that have approved lost revenue adjustment mechanisms with conditions or modifications similar to what you and staff have proposed in this case. And this may be a shot in the dark, but do you know whether any of those jurisdictions, whether any of those have statutes that allow energy efficiency programs to be voluntary by the utility versus whether the commissions in those states could require it?
I don't know offhand, no.
That's fine. I assumed it was a shot in the dark. I think that was actually the only question I had. You had a lot of great foundational research in your testimony, and it was very helpful to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner French.
Well, Mr. Hall, I concur exactly with that last observation by Commissioner French. I thought it was very informative as well. Likewise, my friend, I don't have any questions for you either. So I think metaphorically, you are really off the hook here. Carly, do you have any redirect?
I do not, Commissioner. Thank you. Or, excuse me, Chair.
Okay, very well. Well, Mr. Hall, we appreciate your pre-filed testimony. We appreciate all the work that's evidence there that went into the preparation of that as well. We appreciate your appearance here this afternoon. You are now excused and you may virtually stand down. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Mesentine, if you would call your next witness.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call staff's witness, Justin T. Grady.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Justin T. Grady, and my business address is 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Road, Topeka, Kansas, 66604.
And please state your title and position with the commission.
My title is Chief of Revenue Requirements, Cost of Service, and Finance. I work in the Utilities Division at the KCC.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of the direct testimony of Justin Grady on behalf of KCC staff on June 17th, 2022?
I did.
And did you cause to be filed or otherwise supervise the testimony in opposition to the non-unanimous settlement agreement on behalf of KCC staff on August 3rd, 2022?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to make to either staff's direct testimony or testimony in opposition of the partial settlement agreement at this time?
Not at this time.
And regarding both documents, if I were to ask you the same questions today as those contained in your direct testimony and your settlement testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Commissioner, staff now moves that the direct testimony of Justin Grady and Justin Grady's testimony in opposition of the non-unanimous settlement agreement filed respectively June 17th, 2022 and August 3rd, 2022 be incorporated into the evidentiary record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, they are admitted.
Thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. Good afternoon, Justin.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Let's see what cross-examination provides. I'll turn first to Ms. Kafer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kafer.
Let's go to page 6 of your settlement testimony. do you, the earnings opportunity, it's based upon a percentage of the net savings, correct?
It's based on a percentage of net benefits.
Net benefits. Okay. And under the settlement agreement, 18% is the percentage that Evergy would receive as the earnings opportunity. So 82% of those benefits would go to customers?
Well, 82% of the benefits would not be retained by the shareholders, but these aren't, it's not technically customer benefits that the net benefits. These are, it's avoided costs of the utility minus the program costs. That's the calculation of the net benefits. It's not exactly correct, in my opinion, to say that those are customer benefits. They're benefits in the utilities cost structure overall. But whether or not they would be shared with customers and when they would be shared with customers and all that, that's a little bit, it's a little murkier than that.
So you're questioning how those benefits, or even whether those benefits would be flowed through to customers? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the benefits exist certainly in terms of avoided costs of wholesale energy procurement and demand, cost savings, lowered transmission costs, et cetera. But, you know, a big portion of the benefits, or I don't want to say a big portion, a substantial, significant portion of the benefits is associated with avoided capital cost savings from demand shaving, right? Shaving off the peak and avoiding peak demand. Those are capital cost savings. And so whether the utility makes the decision to reinvest that capital elsewhere, for instance, you know, I'm just saying that there's benefits in terms of the total cost structure to the utility, but it's not accurate to say that those benefits that show up in a benefit cost test are directly attributable one-to-one to customers, that customers see those benefits. That's just not, you know, an accurate depiction of what's going on.
Well, I have to confess to not understanding what you're saying there, because if there are capital cost savings, then those are savings, those are capital costs the customers are not having to pay that they otherwise would have. Now, if investments are made elsewhere, then those investments would have been made elsewhere somewhere, and customers would be paying that anyway. So I'm having trouble tracking with you when you're mixing those things.
Yeah, Ms. Kafer, let me try to help. I mean, all I'm really saying is that if we avoid building a natural gas fired generation plant, for instance, because these energy efficiency programs are that successful, and that saves $300 million of capital costs, then that's appropriately recognized as a benefit to the utility's cost structure, because the utility can take those capital expenditures and redeploy them elsewhere for beneficial projects that maybe are needed, like aging infrastructure, right? But I think Commissioner French referred earlier to the history of Evergy's capital budget and spending programs and decisions since the time of the merger, and that's a great example, right? We had $1 billion worth of merger capital cost savings, and then capital budgets went up by several $billion. So it's not purely theoretical, right? That sometimes savings and capital costs can be redeployed elsewhere. You know, sometimes it's referred to as headroom, but I'm just saying that just because a utility's cost structure becomes more efficient doesn't necessarily mean that is translated into lower rates, lower retail rates, or lower customer bills. And so as long as we can, agree on that concept, then yes, the net benefits, 82% of the net benefits will be retained within the cost structure of the company in one form or fashion or another, and will not go to customers or to shareholders as an incentive.
Okay. Okay. Let me take you back to page 24 of your testimony. Because what I was hearing you just explain to me is that you recognize there are benefits, but you just don't trust that they will flow through to customers. And that's your concern with the earnings opportunity.
It's I don't know that it's a trust thing. It's just that it's just the reality of the utility, I guess, capital planning process and the fact that what the utility chooses to do with its cost savings, doesn't always directly flow through to customers, because it can be replaced by other costs that maybe wouldn't have been incurred but for the cost savings.
Okay, you're making an assumption then that the utility is going to spend the money elsewhere, and they wouldn't have done that absent the savings from DSM. That's the assumption you're basing that on. Have I grasped it correctly now?
Well, I'm saying that could happen, right? But you asked me what the source of the concern of my concern about the earnings opportunity is. And I wasn't quite finished, but I don't have to continue unless you want me to.
Well, I was trying to understand that part of it, and I think I do. But when I go back here to page 24 of your testimony, settlement testimony, on line 8, you say that staff is adamantly opposed to the idea that a regulated utility needs to be compensated for a return on investments that it doesn't make. And to me, that doesn't sound like you're concerned about how the EO works. It's just you're just fundamentally opposed to it as a concept.
No, I'm not opposed to the EO, and I've, as you're aware, I've recommended an alternative calculation for an earnings opportunity based on what the utility actually expends. I'm adamantly opposed to the concept that a regulated utility needs, or its shareholders, importantly, needs to be compensated for investments in the future that it did not make, that it's and invested and compensated for opportunity cost or earnings that its shareholders did not earn because its shareholders, importantly, did not provide the capital, right? So if your shareholders did not provide the capital, then there is no obligation to provide them compensation or a return. It's a cost of equity. It's an opportunity cost.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying is what I was asking. You're just fundamentally opposed to the concept of an earnings opportunity because it's giving the utility an opportunity to earn on investments it didn't make, is what you're saying.
Yes, that aspect, Mr. Ives and I just have a fundamental difference of opinion with regard to the portion. And in this testimony, of course, I'm responding to his direct testimony, or to the position that a portion of the earnings opportunity should be based on compensating the utility for investments it has not made and will not make. That's the portion that I totally disagree with.
Would you agree, though, it will make those if it doesn't deploy the DSM, and customers will have to pay for those investments then? And
well, yes, but But the problem is, I mean, there's a sort of a higher level, fundamental, theoretical, academic problem that I have with that. But there's the practical, real world implication that this utility has a pipeline of capital investments that is, I mean, at least $20 billion worth of capital investments that it could do. This is all on the record, established in other proceedings. There is aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, distribution, transmission. There's no shortage of things that this company can invest in. So from a real practical perspective or from a theoretical academic perspective, I just don't believe that the idea that they need to be compensated for investments that they do not or will not make because of energy efficiency. It's just, I don't buy it.
Okay. All right. Would you agree that the earnings opportunity isn't supposed to be an earnings on the program spend for DSM?
No.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't. I mean, I just think it should be, I think it should be enough of an opportunity to entice the utility to be involved, because it's a distraction from the utility's other business. And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I mean, I'm saying it takes up time, it takes attention, and it takes capital dollars, it takes budget. But I think it's certainly a fair way to look at it, that it's whatever the pool of capital or investment dollars or operating and maintenance expense dollars that are involved, providing a percentage of that spend is, I think it's a fair way to look at it.
Well, the program spend, that's compensated through the first component, the program cost recovery, correct?
Correct, but there's lag and but.
Okay, so the program spend is recovered there. The earnings opportunity is not to give an earnings opportunity to the company for that program spend. They recover that through the program cost recovery component of the mechanism, right?
Well, I disagree. I think it can be. I think earnings opportunity can be based on a percentage of net spend. I mean, we've heard some testimony that there, if you look at Evergy's, their Evergy's analysis, the response to CURB data request 30 put forth by ICF, there are several states, right, that measure earnings opportunity as a percentage of spend and as a percentage of net benefits. I don't think it's inappropriate to look at it as a percentage of spend, potentially.
Well, that's not exactly my question. The question I was asking is that the EO doesn't represent earnings on the amount of the program spend, right? It represents recovery to the company for voluntarily engaging in DSM and foregoing the earnings it would get on the investments that it avoids by doing the DSM. That's what it's supposed to represent, correct?
I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't know what, when you say it's supposed to represent that, I don't know. I mean, in my mind, it's sort of multifaceted. There's, the company is putting out $120 million of capital that came from somewhere, either short-term debt, long-term debt, maybe potentially equity. If it comes from internally generated funds of the corporation, then that's equity contribution. So it's, in my mind, there's money that the company's putting out, there's time, human resources, capital, focus, maybe opportunity costs that they could be focused on other things. So it's sort of all of that. And in my mind, a fair way to calculate that is by looking at if they had spent that $120 million instead on actual capital investment, what's the return that the company would have earned from that?
If they had spent the program dollars on capital investment, what would they have earned on it? That's
Right.
what you just said?
Right.
But the capital investment would have been to build a new IATAN or something like that. It wouldn't have been the $10 million on DSM spend. And that's the capital investment that was avoided or pushed off into the future that we're trying to replace. Am I correct?
Well, that's part of it, right? I mean, there's also, but not IATAN, right? I mean, let's not. It's not.
That was just an example. It's a generation. They didn't put generation in. They didn't have to put more transmission or distribution or something like that. That's what we're trying to compensate them for.
Well, I don't know that I agree. I mean, that's one component of it, or could be. It's maybe somebody could argue that that's part of it, or that it should be part of it. But I think it's broader than that, and and it's not just that, right? There's potential growth related CapEx. That's part of the savings that are identified, and there. But that capital investment is years into the future.
Okay. And they take that into consideration when these computations are done. I mean,
yeah,
that's all taken into consideration. Okay. I'm not very good at all of this online stuff, and for some reason, what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Grady, in your S&A testimony, your exhibit at the back, that was the ACEE report in 2015. And my document is not coming up. So I need a second here. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Oh. Does anyone, excuse me just a minute. We're having computer issues. All right. If you would go to that exhibit, it's the 2015 Valuing Efficiency, a review of lost revenue adjustment mechanisms. And I'm on page 2.
I'm there.
All right. And the
excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what exhibit you are on? Thank you.
Yes, it's the second exhibit, JTG2, attached to Mr. Grady's settlement testimony. So Mr. Grady, what I'm looking at here is the second paragraph from the bottom, and it begins performance incentives. Are you there?
I am.
The one right above it is discussing the program cost recovery component of the mechanism. The second one here is the performance incentive aspects or components of the mechanism. And about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, the sentence starts, it says, performance incentives help make up for the earnings opportunities utilities forego when due to energy efficiency. They do not need to invest as much as their supply infrastructure. So that is what the EO is supposed to represent, isn't it?
Well, that's one component of it. I mean, this one author, one opinion, one either sentence or a few lines out of this report. I also like the second sentence in that paragraph, which says incentives make these programs into a source of earnings rather than just pass through expenses, right? So I just think that we agree that there should be an earnings opportunity. We just don't necessarily agree with the concept or the source of, the calculation that gets you to the level of earnings.
All right, let's talk a little bit then about throughput disincentive. Stay with your exhibit JTG2. Again, this is 2015 report. You would go back a bit to, it's a little Roman numeral 6.
I'm there.
Under the paragraph here, lessons learned. It's about halfway down the page.
I'm there.
Okay, and here, doesn't it state that the LRAM is a good way to get DSM programs started, that it brings the parties to the table, even if it's not the ultimate solution long-term?
Yeah, it says it can bring parties to the table.
Okay, and do you have available Evergy's Exhibit 1, which is the ACEEE report, but it's from 2020?
I don't think I do, but I can pull it up. Was it the state energy scorecard?
Yes.
Yeah, I can pull it up on my screen real quick, or I don't need to share it, but let me find it. Can you share that with me? We're almost there.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay. I've got a copy of it now.
I miss the old days of just handing it to you. And I'm on page 48 of that Evergy Exhibit 1.
Within moments, I will be on page 48 as well.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, are you on page 48 of the PDF or the document?
I'm on page 48 of the hard copy.
Oh, okay.
On that page, to make sure we're on the same page, it's got the last paragraph there is entitled Scores for Utility Business Model and Energy Efficiency. Is that the page you're on?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So in the first full paragraph, the last sentence there reads, ACEEE prefers the decoupling approach for addressing the throughput incentive and considers LRAM appropriate only as a short-term solution. So while they favor decoupling, they also recognize that the LRAM can be an answer for a short term, right? And this is the 2020. It's more recent than yours.
Well, I think they're different. I mean, they're different reports entirely, right?
Yeah, they're both from the AAC EEE, but they're both discussing the same thing, the implementation or the DSM and the use of the TD in the process.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm just wondering if we aren't actually looking at the same document, unfortunately, because I don't see those words that you're talking about. I'm on page 48 and I see scores for utility business model and energy efficiency. Is that it?
Yes, and I'm looking at 2 paragraphs above that.
Oh, okay.
That was the only way I could identify the page was reading that. But what I want you to look at is the first full paragraph on the page, the larger paragraph.
Okay.
And the
Chairman, is it possible that this could be put on the screen? Chair King. Thank you.
There.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So what I'm looking at here is the first full paragraph that begins, the other 2 mechanisms are fixed cost recovery. The end of that paragraph says ACEE prefers the decoupling approach for addressing the throughput incentive and considers LRAM appropriate only as a short-term solution. So again, the LRAM is represented as a short-term solution, even if they prefer decoupling as the long-term or ultimate resolution, correct?
I see that. Yep.
And isn't that what the parties have proposed with the financial recovery S&A, is to use the LRAM in the interim here, and then they'll begin studying other opportunities and what we can do in the future?
Yeah, Ms. Caper, I wish I could agree with you. But because I take your point that this is just a 4-year approach. But what we have heard testimony from, during this proceeding is that Evergy has 10 years of experience with energy efficiency programs in Missouri. And it's an LRAM that Evergy has in Missouri. And I mean, my understanding is that's their preferred approach to this problem. So if the settlement agreement said that this LRAM will only be used for 4 years, and we will have a different mechanism, and we will, only consider this a short-term mechanism, then we would probably have to reassess our degree of opposition to the settlement agreement, but that's not what it says.
Well, it doesn't go on any longer than 4 years unless the commission says it does, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I just, the idea here in this paragraph is that it's going to be replaced by something else, and that's going to be decoupling, and I mean, it's not a mystery, the shortcomings that LRAM has. I mean, I have a paragraph as well in my testimony. I'm sure you've seen it. It's an ACEE evaluation about LRAM. There is a more recent version of that paper from 2018 that I looked at that is not really that much different. And I mean, LRAM has its problems.
But what you've proposed is LRAM, isn't it? You just put a cap on it.
Right. What I would say is our proposal does not fix the problems with LRAM. It just, potentially limits it mitigates the harm, the potential harm. It doesn't improve it. It just helps cure potentially some of its deficiencies.
And with your cap, then your LRAM doesn't actually allow the utility to recover lost revenue associated with demand side programs, does it?
I think what our cap says is if you're earning above this adjusted revenue requirement that we provided, then the revenues aren't actually lost. At least from a cost recovery perspective. If the revenues are replaced by electric vehicle adoption, or if the revenues are replaced by a surge of economic development, then they're not lost. They're replaced by other sources.
Right. So is your answer to my question, yes, you're not letting them recover the losses from DSM implementation. Your position is they've recovered it elsewhere, and you're going to use that to offset the losses for the DSM implementation.
Yeah, that's right. Our position is if Evergy is under recovering their revenue requirement, and the source of that under recovery is energy efficiency program implementation, then our view is that the company can recover the lost revenue associated with the energy efficiency implementation.
So is there something in the KEEIA statute that you're basing your cap on? Because what I look at when I see, I'm looking at section D1 of the statute, and when it talks about the LRAM or the TD, it's saying that the recovery mechanisms may include, but shall not be limited to, and B, recovery of lost revenue associated with the demand side programs. And that's not what you're allowing the utility to do under your program, correct? Or under your proposal?
So one of the options is lost revenue, and one of the options is decoupling. And, different parties might describe staff's mechanism or proposed alternative a little differently than others, but I think we've described it as a hybrid between those two options. Some might describe it as limited decoupling. So I would say that it's, we allow lost revenue recovery up to the point where the revenue isn't actually lost.
Well, the revenue is lost from DSM. You're just saying it's recovered through some other activity the utility would have got that revenue anyway from. I mean, you're offsetting it with other revenue. They still lost the revenue from the DSM. They just, right? I mean, that revenue is lost from DSM.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, in a perfect world, without all of the concerns that we have about actually perfectly calculating and valuing the lost revenue, without the concerns that Dr. Glass described about behavioral aspects of estimating the lost revenue. I mean, if you assume we can calculate it perfectly, then yes, if the company's earning over its revenue requirement, our proposed solution would not allow the utility to recover that estimated lost revenue.
We're not trying to find a perfect resolution here, are we? Because would you agree we're never going to find that?
Well, I think we should try to find an optimal solution.
That's okay. I'll go with you on that, but if we're looking for perfection, we're going to stay on ground zero in DSM, aren't we?
Yeah, perfection is, I would say, difficult to attain.
When staff frequently uses, one of your concerns about the DSM plan or programs is that the proceedings become contentious. can you tell me what you all mean by contentious?
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a great example of that in mind. If we referred to proceedings being contentious, that came from specific passages in previous commission orders that where the commission has made those findings. And then we've also understood and observed, I guess we've spoken with some parties in Missouri who have described those proceedings as contentious. I think Curb's witness, Miss Napoleon, had quite a bit of testimony that actually corroborated that when you place that much emphasis on the LRAM calculated values, I'm sorry, the Emmv calculated values, and you turn that into a source of revenue recovery for the utility, then it becomes much more contentious. I don't know exactly what I mean by contentious. I guess litigious, extended, costly, time consuming, any of those synonyms.
Okay, so it's a regulatory proceeding and people have different positions and they advocate for those positions. Is that what contentious means?
Well, you can advocate for positions and then find common ground. A truly contentious proceeding actually might not be much different than what this proceeding has been, right? Which is that parties have such firmly held disparate views on opposite ends of the spectrum where there is no negotiation, there is no compromise. It's just this is where we stand on this issue, and sort of take it or leave it. I mean, that unfortunately that could be the result of a contentious proceeding.
The concerns that you have expressed about the financial recovery terms, none of those are new, are they? I mean, those aren't things you came up with on your own. Those are issues that the industry with BSM, they've been dealing with for years and working on resolution, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the mechanisms themselves, the concepts, those are around. We've had a lot of discussion about the pitfalls of LRAM that is out there. The earnings opportunity, the biggest problem that I have is the size of it, right? The target itself, the percentage of net benefits. You've read my testimony. From the information that I have that's been provided by Evergy, it looks like one of, if not the highest target in the country. So it's, these are elements of magnitude, but not the core vehicles themselves. Those issues are around.
Well, being the highest in the country, I'll tell you, I don't know if you've been able to listen to the entire hearing, but that isn't actually accurate. And Mr. Ives provided testimony on that. So I'm not going to go into it with you, but just for purposes of the record here and yours, that's.
Well, I heard his testimony. All I'll say is that what I based that testimony on is attached to my testimony. And that was an ICF survey prepared for Evergy, in which Evergy provided in response to a CURB data request response. And that's what I based that testimony on. And as a percentage of net benefits, I still have not seen a target incentive level that's higher as a percentage of net benefits than 18%. So,
okay. Well, again, I just want the record at this point in the transcript to reflect that Mr. Ives has already addressed that and disagrees and has provided that explanation. So, but even though, even though these aren't new concerns or concepts that you've come up with single-handedly, I mean, these other states have been able to move forward with DSM through compromise, through bringing people to the table to get started. Is that correct?
I mean, I don't know what the other states, I don't know who moved, basically, right? I don't know who compromised or who was the party or the parties that agreed to move forward with DSM in the other states. You know, I mean,
Well, if Kansas is 47th out of 50, they've moved forward. Most of them have moved forward beyond where we are, correct?
yeah, I guess that's accurate.
Okay. The page 19 of your testimony set on settlement, go there with me. I've lost my picture now, so I can still hear you and I'm going to proceed, but don't assume I can see if you do anything. It's just visual.
Okay. I'm here.
You're on page 19. Okay. I need to clarify what you're saying here. This is your testimony that addresses the of the commission's 5-factor test. This one addresses the one that asks whether or not the settlement, a non-unanimous settlement agreement, does it result in just and reasonable rates? And starting here on line 12, you talk about that and you talk about the flaws that you see in the TD mechanism. And you say, in light of those, if the TD and the EO mechanisms are part of the settlement, it would not contribute to the creation of just and reasonable rates. Are you saying that if those mechanisms that are in the settlement agreement are included, that the resulting rates from that would not be just and reasonable? Because that's not exactly how it reads.
Well, I was careful in the crafting of that language. The overall rate that Evergy charges to customers may likely be, or may very well be, just and reasonable. But I don't think that those components and that the financial settlement would contribute to just and reasonable rates. In other words, it's clear in the record, or at least it should be, that these programs, Evergy's estimation of these programs is that it will increase customer bills for residential customers on a net present value basis over 30 years, for the first 10 years of the program, and for the first 15 years of the program. Right. And so I'm saying that there is a more just and reasonable result than the financial settlement, and which is the reason why we couldn't sign on to the settlement.
Okay, a more just and reasonable one, but even with the inclusion of this, the rates resulting from it, the commission can still ensure are just and reasonable. Is that correct?
I guess what I would say is that just and reasonable rates is I view it as a spectrum. You know, I always have. It's within the zone of reasonableness and whatnot. And so I don't think that if the commission were to, I don't think that this component of the overall rate that Evergy has is so significant as to make their entire rate that the customer pays unjust and unreasonable. But yeah, so that's enough. That's enough.
So even with approval of the financial recovery S&A, the resulting rates can stay within the range of reasonableness or the zone of reasonableness that we all refer to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that would be my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Grady.
Thank you.
All right, very well. Mr. Flaherty?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zakura?
I have no questions for Mr. Grady. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody?
Just a few questions. Mr. Grady, you were in the, you were present during the settlement negotiations between the parties. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you were actually present for either all or most of them. Is that right?
Should have been all. I hope it was.
Okay. And so you're familiar with the partial settlement on the programs agreement. Is that right?
Yes.
And staff was a signatory to the programs agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that there is a provision in the settlement agreement that calls for collaboration and a collaborative process amongst the signatories, right?
Yes.
And would you anticipate that the KCC staff would be a participant in that collaborative process?
I would.
So would you anticipate, is it your understanding that in that collaborative process, discussions about the funding mechanism of the of an EE program will continue to be discussed?
Yes.
And I just have one other question for you. Is decoupling a mechanism that regulates a utilities cost recovery and compensation?
It certainly could be interpreted as that fashion. So if you're asking me if cost recovery and compensation could be interpreted so broadly as to include decoupling, then that's not an unreasonable interpretation of those words.
Okay, so in the settlement agreement where there's a discussion of a report coming 12 months with a recommendation 12 months before the end of the first cycle of the program, would you anticipate that there would be some discussion and recommending regarding the funding sources?
Well, I mean, and we could look at the actual language of the settlement agreement, but my recollection is that it's a goal, right? It's an aspirational goal. And I think part of the concern we had, and I think it was with your witnesses, not you, the Sierra Club's witnesses or depiction of what that settlement requires. And those were the questions that we had for Mr. Colton. That we're not sure that the settlement agreement actually requires Evergy to file a request for an alternative financial recovery mechanism 12 months before the end of the cycle. You know,
Well, the settlement agreement calls for recommendations of the collaborative process. Is that correct? Not just Evergy.
Yeah, I think we should probably look at the settlement agreement since we're getting this far into it. I mean, I'd feel more comfortable if we looked at the actual words.
Sure. If you can take a look at the program settlement agreement and take a look on page 9 of Exhibit A, 9 of Exhibit A, please.
I've shared it on my screen for convenience.
Okay. It says Evergy and the stakeholders agree to make recommendations to the KCC. Is that correct? Right there in paragraph C.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. So, and then, so where it talks about there, down there, about the recommendation, making recommendations, the goal be to make such recommendations at least 12 months prior to the end of the 4-year term of the present portfolio. And you agree with that, right?
I do. Yep.
Okay. So, and it's intended that those recommendations are going to come jointly from the collaborative process. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a little unclear, right? I mean, what happens if the collaborative process breaks down and we don't have a consensus? Does everybody make separate recommendations to the commission?
If there aren't any agreed upon recommendations, there aren't any agreed upon recommendations. Is that right?
I think that's right.
Okay. And so will Evergy be participating in this? Again, well, Evergy's going to, I'm sorry, staff, KCC staff is going to be participating in this collaborative process, correct?
Yes.
And I would understand, and I think you can agree with me, that KCC staff will have as one of their main interests in this collaborative process, the issues that you're concerned about the financial recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
So KCC staff will be able to advocate for their position in this procedure. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, if this is to go, if the EE program is to go forward beyond the first cycle of 4 years, it's going to have to be approved by the commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with just the same kind of process we'd have here with folks telling, advocating for their position, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Laughlin, any cross-examination?
No cross-examination questions for Mr. Grady. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Astrad.
Yes, I'll have a few questions for Mr. Grady, if I may proceed.
Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I want to talk with you about customer bill impacts. Were you present when current witness Ms. Napoleon was testifying and talking with the commission?
I was.
And do you recall their discussion about bill impacts that could be estimated from the settlement agreement?
I do. I can't recall if it was rate impacts or bill impacts.
Sorry, bill impacts. I'm sorry. I'll be
I heard your question, but
okay.
I thought she was mostly testifying about rate impacts, but I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just saying I don't really remember whether it was bills or rates, but
sure. Okay. Well, in any event, I'd like to hear more about staff if they've done any thoughts or calculations towards bill or rate impacts. To that end, have they?
Yeah. I mean, what we've done, our exhibits, our staff exhibits, were basically a compilation of what Evergy provided and calculated the settlements would result in terms of rate impacts and customer bill impacts associated with if the settlements move forward as proposed. And that's what our exhibits showed. That's what I was referring to with Ms. Kafer in terms of years 1 to 10, years 1 through 15, the net present value over 30 years shows that, residential customer bills increase as a result of these programs.
Okay. And I may just be kind of they might be over my head as far as these longer net present value calculations go, but insofar as the 4-year period time where these energy efficiency programs would be implemented and available, what's staff's calculations of the bill impacts of that?
Can we pull up those exhibits? Yeah, let me just take a look at the exhibits. Might as well get the record clear, because I think everybody's calculations should be the same. There's only one version of these calculations that's been provided.
Okay. And while they're pulling, I guess it's kind of summarized. So in regards to Miss Napoleon's response to the question of what bill or rate impacts look like, do you have any reason to disagree with her numbers?
Well, we'll find out here in a second.
Fair enough.
Joe, would you like to see Metro or we also have Central?
Both jurisdictions is fine. I was going to go through both of them anyway.
Good deal. Let's go down to the table, please. All right, so looks like, a peak rate impact increase of 2.2% for program year 4. Their projections are that rates go up and then go back to 0. You'll notice rates don't go down, but they go up and then they go back to no impact. The bill impact for residential customers is a little less muted. It's like an increase of 1.58%. $14.5 million increase in bills by year 4. So that's the thing, right? For the first 4 years of the program, we're talking about bill increases for all 4 years. Okay, so 23, 24, 25, 26. Customer bills are going up, whether you're a residential or a non-residential customer. And then we've got savings that come in for the next 30 years. But as what our calculation showed, and it's this, that Ms. Massentine has provided you can see it there, and this isn't just our calculation, this is Evergy's too, that unfortunately the net present value impact of the residential bill impact for the program is a negative, which means on average not on average, the times 0 impact of these programs is an increase in the revenue requirement for residential customers, right? An increase in actual billed revenue. And so that's the case for the first 10 years and first case for the first 15 years. It's obviously for non-residential, it looks like a savings on both the net present value basis and for the first 10 years and the first 15 years. Non-residential looks to actually benefit from a customer bill perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate you sharing the exhibit again on the screen and walking through that for us. Mr. Grady, have you been able to, I guess, break that down to dollars and cents on a person's bill? Like how much is a person going to see on their monthly bill once if these programs get implemented? Do you know what that dollar number looks like by any chance?
No, but we can get pretty close to estimating it just even here.
Okay.
The all-in residential rate for Evergy Central is probably close to 12.5 cents or so. It's not unheard of. It's a reasonable assumption to use, say, 1,000 kilowatt hours as an average bill for a residential customer average usage. So if you're looking at, $120 a month for an average bill, and that goes up 1.5% or so, then what's 1.5% of 120? I mean, it's going to be something around maybe up to close to $2.
Okay. So, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And insofar as bill increases have been happening in Kansas from one docket or another, is this estimated $2 per month, is that the largest bill increase you've seen from a single docket in the last few years, or no?
No, you make a good point. Unfortunately, it's obviously not just occurring in Kansas, but bill inflation is a real concern right now across the country. These obviously natural gas prices have risen in a dramatic fashion over the last year, 18 months. Evergy has been not as impacted by those increases in fuel and purchase power. They haven't been as impacted as some utilities in the country, but they have not been immune to it. So, we have seen increases in the energy cost adjustment flow through Evergy's rates. At some point here, customers will start paying for the Winter Storm Uri portion of the Evergy costs. That'll be around April of next year. So your point is well taken that customers are certainly under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure from bill increases and bill inflation that Kansas utility customers are facing right now.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. You're definitely jumping ahead of me there because that is the point I'm going to get at, but I'm going to take a few more steps first. Speaking of these bill impacts and increases, I want to talk to you about some of the bill pressures that customers are looking at. Were you around for staff's opening statements earlier yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe counsel for staff referred to Curb's signing on to these agreements as surprising. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I certainly support every word that was in that opening statement.
Okay. And let's talk about the phrase surprising there. Is it surprising in the sense, how do you mean by surprising?
Well, what we were, I guess, disappointed in is, and I, have great respect for the agency. I'm certainly not here to criticize the fact that you all decided to sign the agreement. The concerns, I guess, that we had is that there was direct testimony filed by your witness that essentially supported the modifications to the same types of improvements to the mechanism that we are still advocating for. And I understand we all value the programs and might have a difference of opinion regarding how much is appropriate to pay for the programs. But in our view, it's surprising that that we would be the only or one of the only parties opposing the agreement when the end result is an increase in residential customer bills over the first 10 and the first 15 years. And so that's why we said that was surprising.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's talk about that. So it seems like you identified that Ms. Napoleon filed testimony one way and ended up supporting an agreement another way. Are you familiar with docket number 21 KGSG 332-GIG?
Yes.
Okay. And you participated in that docket, correct?
I did.
Okay, and that docket was about determining the financial plan and how to deal with KGS's share of extraordinary costs from the 2021 Winter Storm Uri event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there were settlement agreements in that case, correct?
I believe there were, yeah.
Yep. And were you able to file testimony in that case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall filing testimony in support of a settlement agreement related to the waiver of penalties for transportation and gas marketer customers from KGS?
Yes.
Okay. And on that particular issue, there were two separate settlement agreements filed discussing the waiver, correct?
I believe that's right.
Okay. The first one was filed sometime late, I believe 2021, in regards to determining the charge for those customers, the transportation and the gas marketer companies, correct?
It's been a while, so I'm going to accept what you're saying, sure, subject to check.
Of course, yeah.
Because those facts aren't necessarily top of mind for me right now, but that's what I recall. Yeah.
And that's fine. If you need a moment to refresh your recollection with any review of your testimony of that docket, let me know. We can stop and do that. But I'm just kind of going to talk generally before pulling up any documents. But you recall in that docket supporting a non-unanimous settlement agreement where Curb was also the signatory for the waiver.
I do.
Okay. And do you recall there being any opposition to that particular settlement agreement?
I don't really recall. Was this the first settlement?
Yes.
Yeah, the first settlement agreement was opposed, I believe, by Symmetry.
Okay, and Symmetry is not a Kansas company, is it?
Well, they do business in Kansas, but I believe they're headquartered in maybe Houston, Texas.
And Symmetry is a gas marketer, is that correct?
I think so.
And they filed testimony in opposition to that first settlement agreement, correct?
I believe they did.
Okay. And however, that first settlement agreement was never put in front of the commission, though, was it?
I don't recall. I mean, if it was replaced by the second settlement agreement, then I will concede that it wasn't put before the commission.
Thank you. And so talking about, there was a second settlement agreement related to the waiver of the penalties for transportation and gas marketer companies in that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after Symmetry had filed their testimony in opposition to the first settlement agreement, did staff enter into a second non-unanimous settlement agreement related to the waiver provisions?
Yes.
Okay. And that second settlement agreement, Curb was not a signatory any longer, correct?
I think my recollection is that well, I don't know. I guess I just don't recall. My recollection is that you chose not to oppose it, but you weren't a signatory, maybe?
Yeah, subject. Yeah, that would be correct. That's what I'm getting at there. Okay. So to summarize the difference between the two settlement agreements, did Symmetry pay more or less of its share of extraordinary costs between the first or second agreement?
That your question was a lot easier asked than it will be answered.
Sure.
Let
me phrase this way then.
I can answer your question, Mr.
Sure, go ahead. Sorry. Let's go ahead. Sure.
There was a refinement of the method of determining the amount of Symmetry's costs associated with that winter weather event, which was the vast majority of the change in the payment structure. And then there was a negotiation, I guess, a smaller amount that was agreed to be paid by Symmetry after the recalculation and refinement of the methodology that occurred.
Okay. Then thank you for that. I guess I'll try to phrase it a different way. Was the dollar amount allocated to Symmetry in regards to the extraordinary costs from Winter Storm Uri larger or smaller from the first settlement agreement to the second settlement agreement?
Honestly, I don't recall that. In terms of, if you're talking about a percentage of the total cost,
I'm talking raw dollar numbers.
Raw dollar numbers, it went down.
And that difference in the first settlement agreement amount and the second settlement agreement amount would be put into the larger, I guess, pool of money to be recovered for KGS through securitization?
That's correct.
Okay. And all customers, except for the transportation class and gas marketers, are paying securitized bonds for KGS if that gets approved and everything else, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk with you now about economic development you were mentioning earlier and those kind of things, okay? In Kansas, and specifically Evergy, customers, large industrial customers, are able to receive some kind of discount for being a large economic development type company, right?
Well, there's a law that allows for economic development riders and discounts, special contracts. And there are a very small number of special contracts that are currently in effect in Kansas for Evergy customers. And then there are maybe a handful of economic development riders that are in effect, or basically a predefined, pre-established discount off of the existing tariff rate in order to encourage economic development in the territory.
Okay, thank you for that distinction. I appreciate it. Let's talk about the specific contracts that specific companies have with Evergy, okay?
Okay.
And were those contracts approved by the commission?
They would have had to have been approved by the commission for them to be approved, or
okay,
to be effective. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And do you recall in your work, did you work on any of those dockets involving those contracts?
I did not.
Okay. Do you recall staff was involved with the work there generally, any staff member?
Sure. I assume we would have been involved in each of them.
Okay.
If especially, a special contract, there's only a few of them.
Mhm.
That's a big docket, and we would have been involved in that.
Great. And you're familiar with those dockets, is that right?
No, not necessarily. I know that they exist, but I actually don't think I've been even assigned as a staff person to a previous special contract review before the commission.
Fair. Well, I'll talk about economic development discounts and things like that generally. Is one factor for granting, at least in Kansas here, for granting these special economic contracts to reduce their energy rates, is one consideration whether or not that particular business might leave the jurisdiction without this special contract?
I actually don't know.
Okay. Would the consideration of whether or not there'd be some sort of localized economic development in the town that business operates in, is that a consideration for whether to grant these special discounts?
Yeah, Mr. Astrab, I don't know. And the
Fair,
reason
I'll move on then.
The reason I'm answering the question like that is because, if there's another economic development special contract filed because of a reorganization in the utilities division in August of 2020, then I will be involved and my section will be involved. But prior to that date, any of those special contracts that occurred would not have been under my responsibility at all. And so that's why my knowledge about, the parameters of and the analysis that goes into special contracts is ancillary at best. And so I just, I don't know.
No, I appreciate your honesty with that. I will stop wasting time there, not trying to spinning wheels, but I'll move on. Talking about your job description, are you involved with the legislative process at all on behalf of staff?
I am.
Okay, and how long have you been doing legislative work and be at the Capitol for staff?
Too long. No, wait, never mind. Sorry. Sorry. What was the last part of your question?
Oh, I was asking how long you've been, I guess, working down at the legislature and doing things for staff at the legislature.
Oh, my involvement has become much more significant in the last 2 or 3 years. But in one form or fashion or another, whether it's giving presentations to the legislature or, maybe providing testimony on certain proposed bills and whatnot, at least since 2012.
Okay, 2012. And what year, are you familiar with KEEIA, right? We've talked about the statute, you know what we're talking about?
I do.
Okay, and what year was KEEIA enacted?
It was either 13 or 14, I think.
And do you recall if staff was present during any sort of legislative committee meetings or anything to provide testimony about KEEIA?
I think we were. I sat in on a few of the meetings that occurred during that period of time. I didn't file testimony. At least I don't think. No, I didn't. I didn't file testimony about the bill itself, the proposed bill. But somebody from staff may have.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with KEEIA? How it's presently in the law today?
I am.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has there been any sort of changes or amendments to the KEEIA statute for when it was enacted back in 2013 or 2014 till today?
I do not know.
Okay. So all the language in the KEEIA statute is pretty much the same as it was when it was enacted.
I do not know.
Okay, fair enough. To your knowledge, has staff ever gone to the legislature to advocate for changes to the language in KEEIA?
I do not know.
Okay.
Commissioner, I hate to interrupt, but I'm having a difficult time drawing a connection between this docket and your line of questioning and the relevance. And all fairness to you.
Oh, thank you. If I can proffer that, Commissioner, I was talking about the language in KEEIA and talking about specifically the provisions of KEEIA and moving towards some of the, I guess, topics of why some parties may have signed onto the document, which staff has already disclaimed that are open to the door to, well, attacking, for lack of a better phrase.
How much further do you anticipate this line of questioning will take?
this part, just a few more questions this questioning. If I can, okay, thank you. So KEEIA specifically allows the utility to not implement demand side programs if it doesn't want to, correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge in KEEIA, there's no mechanisms in that statute that would authorize the commission to override that decision.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. And in fact, there in the 16446 docket, Evergy has once used that ability to withdraw and not implement energy efficiency programs, correct?
That's correct.
In councils for staff's opening statement, they discuss the collaborative process. I want to talk with you about that discussion, okay? Council for staff in the opening referred to, and we talked about the collaborative process as being almost non-committal for Evergy. Is that your opinion today?
I didn't quite.
Oh, sorry. Is it, if am I correct in saying that staff's opinion on the collaborative process is that it's not sufficiently committal on Evergy's part to get to decoupling? Is that correct?
Well, that's probably one interpretation. I mean, it's a commitment to discuss and collaborate and meet and consider, but it's, our view is that it should not be viewed as a guarantee that that the LRAM and that the financial settlement is only a short-term solution that's going to lead to a much more optimal, much better result. That's our concern, is that people refer to the collaborative process as some cure-all that's going to result in a much better result later. And our view has been, well, they have lost revenue in Missouri. They've been doing this for 10 years there. Why is it that they haven't shifted to a much better mechanism in Missouri if that's always the case? And yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, so would it be staff's opinion that there's no value to this collaborative process described in the settlement agreements?
No, not at all.
And in other dockets, has staff ever either advocated for or signed on to agreements where there's no firm commitment for a utility to perform some sort of action after a collaborative process?
I don't know. I mean, if you have a specific example, I'd be happy to talk with you about it. I just don't recall if there have been those kind of, sort of collaborative processes referenced in a specific settlement agreement that we supported. I just can't recall that right now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll move on. I want to talk with you about the discussion that Dr. Parcell and Commissioner Duffy had earlier about low income rates and how to market to them. Okay.
Okay.
I know that's not your subject area, but as far as low income customers are concerned, is there anything in KEEIA that requires any sort of level or minimum level of participation before the commission can approve a DSM program?
I don't recall that.
And do you believe that the staff has some sort of alternative way to study low income, I guess, low income customers taking advantage of energy efficiency programs in Kansas if Evergy does not implement these programs?
That's definitely not within my area of expertise.
Okay, understandable. Are you aware of any other efforts by any other electric utilities in Kansas to implement energy demand side management programs for all its customers in their own respective jurisdictions?
I mean, Evergy has demand side management programs today, right, for all of its customers.
What about other electric utilities?
I don't know. I mean, Empire at one point might have had a suite of programs. Goes back several years, I think. I think there's a 2011 docket that I was involved in. For Southern Pioneer, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have misworded that. I meant currently. Are there any current running programs from other utilities?
I don't think there is. Evergy Kansas Central And Evergy, Kansas Metro currently have energy efficiency programs, demand side management programs, but other than that, I don't think there are any others.
Okay. And are there any sort of private companies or entities not regulated by the KCC that are implementing demand side management or energy efficiency programs on a level that Evergy is proposing in the settlement agreement currently?
I don't know.
And are you aware of any sort of other government agencies or bodies that are implementing demand side management programs for Kansas at this time?
I don't know.
I want to talk with you about the LRAM being a temporary fit. Is that right? You believe that the LRAM should be a temporary solution and that it should move towards some other type of mechanism, correct?
I think actually that was Miss Napoleon's testimony in this docket, but I agree with her. I think in her direct testimony or in her cross-answering testimony, she said if it's implemented in Kansas, it should be no more than a 12-month fix, I believe.
Sure. Thank you.
And then just to be fair, I did quote from an ACEEE report, I believe, in my testimony in support that said, you know, LRAM as a permanent solution is fraught with problems, and it, you know, so it kind of said if you're going to do it, it needs to be temporary.
Certainly, and as part of your exhibit in Exhibit 2, they're talking about that ACEEE report regarding the study of those LRAMs. It also described LRAMs as sort of an introduction to get parties together to maybe start talking about and feeling comfortable with the coupling. Is that correct?
I think I recall something similar to that. Yeah.
Okay. And one moment. I want to talk with you about KEEIA and the stated goal of promoting the implementation of cost-effective demand side management programs. Okay.
Okay.
Is there a specific definition in KEEIA with what cost-effective should be?
I do not recall.
Okay. And is there any requirement for KEEIA that a utility must implement a demand side management program?
There is not.
Okay. And along with that, the goal as stated in KEEIA is not to implement demand side management programs, but rather to promote the implementation, correct?
I believe that's right. That's accurate.
Okay. And as far as who is supposed to be promoted through KEEIA, you'd agree with me that we're trying to promote utilities implementing these programs. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Astrub, could you repeat that?
Sure. In terms of who is being promoted to implement these demand side management programs, KEEIA is referring to utilities implementing these programs, correct?
Maybe we should look at the statute again, just to make sure.
I can share my screen. I have it pulled up.
Well, and to the degree, what do you interpret the statute referring to utilities, to private companies, to the state government to implement demand side programs? Or is it more focused on the utility running it in your interpretation? I know you're not a lawyer, but just kind of how you read it and how you use it for your analysis.
Right there. No, go up, Carly. Sorry.
It's section B. I'm sorry, that will help point to where I'm talking about.
I see it now. I mean, it's obviously a public utility. It's under the Public Utilities Act. It's in Chapter 66. I just wanted to look at that specific phrase where it's the goal of the state to promote the implementation of cost-effective demand-side programs in Kansas. I just wanted to, see if that goal was qualified in any fashion pertaining to utilities. But public utilities is referenced in the second sentence. So, I think it's fair enough to assume that it's public utilities that we're talking about promoting these investments.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. One moment. So in light of Kansas history with KEEIA, do you believe that the goal, or let me rephrase that. So in light of Kansas history with energy efficiency, do you believe that claims and concerns of Evergy pulling out of this application, pulling out of doing DSM programs, do you find that to be a reasonable or unreasonable concern?
Well, look, whether or not it's reasonable or unreasonable, those are pretty stark differences. I guess I'd view it as the weight that somebody should apply to that concern. I mean, I understand if there were parties to this docket that said, if we don't accept what Evergy has asked for, I mean, precisely the percentage of net benefits that they've asked for, if we don't accept a lost revenue mechanism as they asked for, they're just going to walk away and pull this suite of programs. So I wouldn't say necessarily that that person is unreasonable. It's just that staff wasn't willing to accept that kind of possible. I don't want to say threat because that's a little, that might be too strong of a word, but that potential, we weren't willing to accept that potential because the KEEIA statute provides more optionality than that, or is supposed to, in our opinion. And so what we said is KEEIA allows several options for how the commission, quote, promotes cost-effective demand-side management. And it shouldn't take, the highest target incentive earnings opportunity in the country to do that. And it shouldn't take lost revenue mechanism with basically a take it or leave it ultimatum to do that. And so, we just have a difference of opinion with the others in this docket, but the way we view it, if, we just couldn't sign on to the agreement in good faith. And so in our view, we would sleep better at night if we showed up here today and told the commission what we thought was wrong with the settlement agreement. And if the commission disagrees with us and agrees with all the other parties, then we feel like we've done our job and explained and helped fulfill a total record, and the energy efficiency programs can go forward. But that's the way we viewed the kind of the threat argument, right? And what we said in our opening is that Evergy makes that decision. Evergy has the decision to pull its programs. Unfortunately, what happened, you referred to the 16446 docket, and in that docket we had just one settlement. Evergy decided to withdraw its application, and then in the years after that, it became somehow staff's fault or the commission's fault that that application was withdrawn. And what we really wanted to do in this case is to make it clear that we have two separate settlement agreements. We approved all the programs. We recommend that, but what really is stopping energy efficiency from moving forward potentially in Kansas is the fact that Evergy didn't get the earnings opportunity and the recovery mechanisms that it wanted. And in our opinion, if that's the result, then at least we have clarity, and the decision makers have clarity that this is what's holding us up. It's not the fact that we won't agree to the programs. It's about recovery. It's about profit. It's about potential opportunity costs of power plants that aren't going to be built. So, that's it. I know that was too long of an answer, but I don't see it as quite as stark as reasonable or unreasonable.
No, I appreciate the details there. I think everybody can gain a lot from that discussion. So I appreciate that explanation there. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Chair King, you are muted.
Thank you. We've been going for a while here. Let's take a break. It's 2:54. Let's take a 10-minute break. Resume at 3:05. We're now in recess. Michelle, if you could bring back the full screen, please. Okay. Commissioner Duffy, are you there? Okay. Denise, are we good to go?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
All right. Let's go back on the record. It's now 3:05. We'll resume with the cross-examination of Justin T. Grady, and we'll next turn to commissioner comments. I'll turn first to Commissioner French this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon.
My thoughts are a little scattered, trying to react to everything I've heard you and all the other witnesses say, and trying to frankly make sense of this docket. So I will do the best I can here, and maybe you can help me out. First of all, I think this is really more of a clarifying question, but I guess I read your testimony in opposition to the financial settlement and saw that you had, I guess my words, extended sort of an olive branch and what I thought was a pretty big branch, to be honest, that you staff thought it was appropriate to increase the cap on lost revenue to include or encompass some specifically identifiable load growth, although it seemed like a pretty broad range of categories. And so I guess the clarifying question is, I heard something very confusing to me in your exchange with Ms. Kafer. I thought she asked you if revenue would be capped and that load growth or revenue growth would be used as an offset to the amount of lost revenue the company would recover. And I think I heard you agree to that, but that was not my understanding. My understanding is that you are now, based on your settlement testimony, you would not propose that be offsetting the lost revenue they can recover. Is that right?
So admittedly, it's kind of confusing, right? And I agree with you. It's a big branch with a lot of olives. So I want, brownie points for being so constructive and reasonable. But now, so a lot of the opposition testimony, the rebuttal testimony was, look, staff is taking growth in revenues that occur in other areas of the business and basically using those to offset the loss of energy efficiency or demand side management revenue loss. And that's inappropriate. Maybe those two things net against each other, but the other one has costs associated with it. And so, admittedly, it's not a perfect solution. It may even be too, I don't know, it could be potentially criticized as being too utility friendly or constructive. But I guess what we're saying is, okay, you have the burden of proof, but if you can prove that economic development, electric vehicle adoption, or system growth is causing revenue requirement increases, then the cap associated with the last commission approved revenue requirement can go up, right? So in other words, we're still using the growth in energy and demand across the system to potentially offset and or pay for demand side management losses. But we're also allowing, if the demand side management losses are even more significant, we're allowing the cap to grow associated with the revenue requirement. So I don't know if that helped or not, but it's, we're not like trying to identify or isolate kilowatt hour growth and saying that that can somehow continue, or that we're not going to recognize that in the lost revenue mechanism. It's the fact that the revenue requirement itself is allowed to grow.
Yeah, that's exactly consistent with what my understanding was. For whatever reason, I thought your conversation with Ms. Kafer was different than that, but that's good to clarify it. I don't know. I frankly see that as an important development or an important concession on your part. So I want to make sure I understood that. I guess I want to have a little bit of a conceptual discussion about the earnings opportunity piece, and maybe just let me lay out my understanding of what I believe to be the difference between staff and Evergy. And then, because you're the high finance guy, I want you to tell me what you think is really going on here. So as I understand it, I mean, you and Ms. Kafer really nailed down the difference in your positions on how we should value the different kinds of investments. And I think Mr. Ives and I went through it yesterday, that staff's position is that the earnings opportunity means that there should be an opportunity to earn a return on whatever money is expended on the programs, even if traditionally it might not be the type of spending that gets a return. And Evergy's position is that they should get that. And then there should be a compensation for, I think, what they call foregone future capital investments that are no longer needed because of the programs. And I think I've followed, all of the back and forth testimony, and I think staff's position is, look, if we eliminate the need for investments and we don't have to go to investors and say, we need your capital, then why would we, what is the need to compensate them? And I'm just trying to reconcile in my own head, why does the company care? I mean, if they don't have to ask their shareholders for money, then why do they care what compensation they get? I mean, why do we care where they allocate those dollars if we don't need them? And I think what I've come up with is, well, you don't experience earnings growth if you don't go get that money and allocate it. And if you don't experience earnings growth, then you're probably going to have a stagnant stock price or, you don't have a growing business. And from a customer's perspective, we don't care if the business grows or not. In fact, we'd probably like a smaller business if it could provide the same level of service. But I think where the rub is that's not acceptable to a private company that needs to show growth. Am I looking at that completely wrong? I mean, I'm trying to just get to the bare bones. What's the friction here?
Yeah, no, those are great observations. Those are, it's a really good question. I don't think you said anything wrong or inaccurately there. Like Dr. Glass referenced, we have had some conversations about this today. And obviously we've been talking a little bit about it or around the edges of it during this whole proceeding. I mean, in theory, the company and its investors should be completely indifferent between whether they ask shareholders, they literally go to Wall Street, raise equity capital and raise debt capital, and then they take that capital and they deploy it in utility infrastructure, and we reimburse them for the cost of that. It's a cost of equity, right? It's the utility rate making process at the high level is a cost reimbursement, cost plus process. And so if Evergy doesn't have to ask for the capital from its shareholders, then there is no opportunity cost, because the shareholders can just invest in another productive area of the economy, right? But that's the theoretical kind of academic aspect of my opposition to the concept that we need to compensate a public utility for an investment that it did not make. There is no opportunity cost to compensate them for, because they didn't get the capital from their customers or from their shareholders, right? They didn't get it. They didn't sell the stock. They didn't issue the bonds. And so you can even almost think of it as double compensation, right? If we're compensating shareholders who did not provide capital for an investment that they did not make, then those shareholders are free to go out and actually make investments in the productive areas of the economy, and they're getting compensated there as well. Now we are into some kind of high finance concepts here, but because because public utilities are ran by managers who are also owners of the corporation, and there's an agency issue. They have incentive packages that a lot of times contain earnings per share growth targets, or they contain relative stock performance targets. And so the managers of that corporation aren't necessarily indifferent between whether they get the capital from the shareholders and use it for the provision of public utility service, or whether they just don't ever get it, right? And so that there is that, right? I mean, if a public utility is not investing in capital and it's not producing earnings with that, and it's not growing earnings, then you can have an agency issued where the incentives are such that the managers want the corporation to grow, regardless whether, public utility financial theory suggests that they should care or not. Sometimes they do.
Yeah, I'm following you. I guess where that leaves us then in my brain is, we have this system that we have, and people have the motivations that they have. We also have a statute that doesn't allow our agency to force certain actions that we might be able to in, say, a rate case or with other programs. And so, I mean, would you agree that while it's unfortunate, this is maybe a situation where we have to consider some level of performance-based rate making? I'm not suggesting, approve exactly what the company has filed, but some level of performance-based rate making to align incentives. I don't think I'm saying anything out of school, since I think that's what staff has done. But that would, I guess, would you agree that that's kind of an appropriate take, that this is a situation where that kind of paradigm is needed?
Yeah, I mean, some sort of performance incentive, right, is clearly needed, because it is voluntary. And the discussion I had with Ms. Caper, I still stand by. I mean, it's but for the customers that participate in these programs, those customers individually stand to benefit, maybe greatly. And if it doesn't result in true lost revenue, then the customers themselves are more efficient. They get more utility out of their utility service. You get more enjoyment. And so, and these programs can be timely and require focus and resources and everything else. So I don't think it's terribly unreasonable to provide a performance incentive for the utility. Our difference of opinion is a measure of degree, right? And on this spectrum, what, should be 5% of net benefits, or should be 18%,
I think you've had this discussion. I've certainly had it with others. But maybe just one more overarching answer from you on how we should be looking at this. I mean, we have cost benefit tests that show benefit to customers, to the system. We have, but we've also got staff exhibits showing that there is a cost to that there will be bill impacts. I guess the way I posed it to Dr. Glass was, do you view it as the benefits and the savings are still a net positive to customers, even under the settlement proposal? It's just not quite as just and reasonable as it would be with staffs, or do you truly feel that it's a net negative to customers if we didn't move and adopt staff's financial recovery mechanisms, the EO and the throughput disincentive recovery?
So great question. It is a little bit weird, right? In that we have modeling and estimates, projections that these programs will reduce the utilities costs overall and that they will produce net system benefits. And those calculations are basically avoided energy costs and avoided demand or capacity costs. And you total all that up and you compare it to the cost of the programs. And lo and behold, you have millions of dollars of net benefits. And then 18% of that is what Evergy wants to keep. And so, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, well, customers get 82%, right? Or the utility, basically costs overall are reduced by 82%. Shareholders are only keeping 18%. How could you possibly be opposed to that? Well, the problem is, one concern or issue is that does not consider the lost revenue approach, doesn't consider the fact that some of those cost savings will not translate into bill savings. So, Bob's group, Bob and Lana, are comfortable with the fact that the programs are cost effective as that definition has developed over the years. But we also have this staff exhibit that is Evergy's work product, right? I don't want to take credit for that. That's their view of the world. That's, you look at their original application, those graphs are front and center, right? That's their view of what will happen to customer bills and customer rates as a result of the adoption of this program. And their calculations are that residential customer bills not on average, in total, over the first 10 years go up. Over the first 15 years, they go up. The net present value over 30 years, they go up for residential customers, right? So it's weird because you would think that you could say, if the costs are cost beneficial, why are customers' bills going up? And there's no easy answers. It's a reality, and it's part of what Bob struggles with, as you know, with energy efficiency programs, and what is just not always easy to get over. But that doesn't mean that individual customers that participate in these programs won't benefit. That doesn't mean that there's not benefits there. It's just that you should recognize that those benefits are not going to result in lower residential customer bills. And so at the end of the day, if the commission approves the settlement, will all Kansans be better off? Depends on what series of analysis you look at. If you look at the benefit cost ratio, it says, hey, they're good programs. If you look at the rate analysis and the bill analysis, it says, well, maybe the incentives are a little rich here. Maybe this lost revenue mechanism could be pared back a little bit. But then admittedly, we all stand sort of captive to the idea that Evergy might just pull its program. So
Let me ask you, you sparked a thought in me. I mean, I agree. I totally agree. It's difficult to square some of the cost benefit results with, some of the bill savings figures that staff's presented. I think I understand it in concept. And this is just a policy question. I mean, you mentioned the fact that sometimes the benefits are just going to flow to individuals that avail themselves of the programs. And I mean, is there something to be said for creating more customer control and allowing those who want to take more control over their energy usage or their bill to avail themselves of programs? And I guess just the intrinsic value of providing more control to individual customers?
yeah, certainly there is. I mean, we're somewhat conflicted, right? We signed the settlement agreement that says we think they're good programs and they should go forward. There's value in that, certainly.
I probably just asked you a rhetorical question. Sorry. Well, let me ask you one more specific question, because I'm really grasping at what's going to get everybody off center. And I'm not going to have any original thoughts, because you all spent days in settlement. You've spent the last several years talking to stakeholders about how to move this off center. But I have heard people say, I mean, you just had a discussion with Mr. Astrab and other people have brought up I think it's the ICF document or ICE document that talks about that maybe this LRAM technique, that's a short-term solution, it's a bridge to start to get people talking and accepting the calculations, and then you move to a different cost recovery mechanism. And so, in my head, I'm wondering, well, what if the commission issues an order here that approves the settlement, but expressly says, a decoupling mechanism similar to the hybrid approach that staff has recommended will be implemented at the end of 4 years. I mean, is that an appropriate way of looking at it? Or is this LRAM method so complicated and so time consuming, we'd all just be wasting our time for 4 years trying to use it and then just ultimately switching to something simpler anyway?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, try to unpack it. On the first hand, or on the one hand, if the commission issued an order that said, we're going to approve this today, but there will be a different alternative. There will be a different solution in four years from now. For all of the reasons we're talking about, then I guess that'd be better than just approving the settlement, right? But and is it the end of the world if this particular LRAM mechanism goes forward? No. I mean, you can see the quantifiable, cost of that, right? I mean, it's just, we have a lot of concerns that it's all estimates of assumptions and estimates and projections. You're never really going to know actually how much revenue customers are no longer contributing to the utility because of these programs, right? You're just going to estimate it. We'll all do our best, but they're contentious proceedings. We've heard all of that stuff. So that's sort of the micro level view of the concerns that we have. And the macro level view, you can't get over that, right? That is, well, we might be on the cusp of an EV revolution, and we're going to be compensating the utility for its lost contribution to fixed costs because of energy efficiency. And oh, by the way, we're also dramatically expanding electric use through the system because of EVs. That seems a little contrary, or a little, not the public interest. But I mean, it is only between rate cases. It is somewhat bounded in terms of the potential negative detrimental effects to the public interest and to rates. So, but at the end of the day, we went into our opposition to this settlement agreement knowing how unusual that is, and knowing that there's no easy answers, and that we might not win this case, right? But our problems with the financial settlement agreement were significant, and that's why our representation in this case has been what it has been, and why our opening statement looked the way it did, why my testimony sounded the way it did. Our view was just that you're right, Evergy has a veto. It's just that it doesn't seem like, based on everything I've seen, I've said it, the earnings opportunity target just appears to be way too high to me. There's real problems with the LRAM mechanism, and there's never, all the previous commission orders have said LRAM's not the way to go. So, as you know, staff tends to put a lot of emphasis and give a lot of deference to those previous commission orders, and those are there, and they're clear, and they're stark. And so we just couldn't sign on to the settlement agreement. But none of us were appointed by the governor. So if the three of you decide that this is the right thing to do, then so be it, and then we'll do everything we can to improve upon it in the collaborative process, and hopefully not be here in another 4 years, but who knows?
Well, thank you. I appreciate all that. I don't think I could possibly ask you another question to elicit anything more than we've gone over. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy.
Thank you. Justin, I have to admit the conversation between, well, you and Ms. Kafer, I was kind of confused by that as well. This reminded me of a conversation I had with one of my children. We promised that we would pay for their undergraduate education at a state university, or what was comparable to what we'd be paying for an in-state university. When the potential came out that, hey, look, the federal government, if you've got debt, college debt, we'll call it good wherever you are, and it's paid off. And for one of them to say, too bad I didn't have that debt, I would now just say it's over. What? You didn't have to, it's just that kind of, what's your logic here? And I kind of had that same reaction in this conversation. And I just could not understand the logic of or even like take the CRP program. So, okay, the farmer's paid for not producing a crop, but you got to pay me for not having to pay for my insurance, but you didn't pay for it, but I would have. You need to pay me for all the gasoline I would have used and could have gotten coupons for it, but I didn't use it. It was just that kind of, I didn't understand that logic. So I was confused by that. But what I'm not confused by is page 17 of your staff testimony in opposition to the financial settlement, to me, that's pretty black and white. And I do understand where you all are coming from. And I don't believe you are out there on the proverbial cliff either. I understand why you're there. I also understand perhaps why Sierra Club and CEP, why they are in the corner they're in. And I guess to a certain extent, even KEEIA. Why? Because we're all in our corners because of the legislation does not have a mandate. And the company can walk away. Doesn't even have to file. But if they do and they don't like it, they can walk away, which they've done before. And I think therein lies the problem. And personally, I think we're past being able, I mean, perhaps the legislation needs to be addressed and put a date out there. But I don't know that that would ever happen. Let me ask you this. I do believe that in your testimony, there is a huge olive branch there. You've made concessions, you make comments to lead us to the path that you guys are willing to give. So my question to you is, and don't you believe there's room for the company to give too?
I don't know.
Or do you think they're just so stuck over there, they're not going to move?
I don't know. I want to be careful, so I'm being really, really high level, but obviously, it's not. I just don't think it's a coincidence that the company asked for 18% net benefits in its application, and there's 18% of net benefits in the settlement agreement, right? Company asked for a lost revenue adjustment mechanism in its application, and there's a lost revenue adjustment mechanism in the settlement agreement. Now, there are two, what I would say as minor revisions to that LRAM proposal, in that the company has agreed to retroactively adjust the first year of lost revenue based on the EMV results, the first year. And then going forward, if we have over 15% variance, and then they've limited the lost revenue mechanism to 4 years per measure. But as soon as we have a rate case, that all becomes moot because it all adjusts anyway, right? And so we never really viewed that as that impactful of a mitigating factor or an improvement of you're saying that if you stay out for longer than 4 years, you're not going to recover the lost revenue mechanism, but that doesn't happen very often outside of a merger, right? Where we require a 5-year rate moratorium. So, I guess what I'm saying is the company's been pretty clear in its filed testimony that if the commission accepts staff's previous proposal, that they'll walk. Our concession, our alternative position in my settlement testimony is different than they had seen in writing anyway previously to that, like in terms of our direct testimony. So I don't know. And that's the problem, right? We don't know. I mean, we could go, you could look at each one of those target percentages of net benefits from all the other states in the country and say, the average of those is 8% or whatever it is, 11%. So we're going with 10% net benefits. And we like staff's alternative proposal that they submitted. We're modifying the settlement agreement, or you could just say, we're not going to oppose the settlement agreement, but if the parties can agree to something like that, then we would approve it. And they might withdraw it again. I don't know, I mean, personally, we went into this very clear-eyed. We knew that potentially could be the result. We just thought, this is going to sound a little bit too aggressive, but we're not going to allow ourselves to be held hostage to their demands or their, ultimatums. We're just not. We're going to put forward what we think is the right solution and let the chips fall where they may. So I don't envy you guys. I know it's a tough decision.
I agree, but I will give kudos to staff for following your principle there, because that is what you are supposed to do. And so, I mean, I do believe this as I think I used the phrase yesterday with Mr. Ives, over the barrel. And I mean, they're holding the aces. And maybe if I was in their chair, I'd do the same thing they did. But somehow I feel like, here we go again. We're going around the bend another time with this. And I don't believe it's an exercise in futility, but at the same time, I think that perhaps it is up to us to find some middle ground, or the idea of maybe, should we go through an LRAM for 3 years while discussions are going on? Or if the commission says you can have this LRAM for 30 months and then something's changed, or we turn off, the programs are over. Is that the way we really do business? I mean, I just find where we are in the world, the big capital W world, and here we are in our little rectangle in the middle of the United States. And in a way, I find this really disappointing, that these sort of decisions have to be made this way. But so be it. That's the way it is. I think you provided a lot of good information. I really do not have any questions. I think it's your testimony in opposition to the financial portion is very clear. I think the fact that you've accepted the programs with that you're able to reach on the other side, to me, was extremely important and really valid and good work. And then this, and that's what I find very disappointing. So I appreciate the work you've done and being very direct and honest with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin. Let's cut to the chase. What is meant by the term opportunity cost? What does that mean?
Well, so as I've used it in my mind, in this context, in public utility or regulated utility, financial theory and regulatory theory, in my mind, opportunity cost is the fact that you're avoiding a potential benefit. If we're talking about from Evergy's perspective, opportunity cost is is the cost of not pursuing an opportunity. It's the benefit that I could receive but for the activity that I'm engaged in. right? From Evergy or Evergy shareholders, opportunity cost is really what the cost of equity is supposed to measure. It's if we don't get this capital from these shareholders, they can invest it in other places with comparable risk and comparable return. And so that's how I view opportunity cost.
Exactly. It's a conceptual tool that has practical and real applicability, though does it not, in terms of managing assets.
Mm-hmm.
You have every entity, including Evergy, is going to have a whole host of alternative ways that they could utilize their limited, non-infinite supply of capital. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And they're going to make choices along that path, are they not? And as they make choices, they may try to consider the costs and the benefits of all the various alternatives. But once they make a choice, the opportunity cost, is it not, is either the cost or benefit that's associated with the most likely alternative that wasn't chosen. Isn't that what the alternative cost is? And they could look back in retrospect after the cost had been incurred and say, for these reasons, I wish I'd done something. I wish I'd done that, because some of the costs associated with the choice I made were higher than the benefits, whereas maybe the relationship between those two concepts was different on the alternative that I didn't take. So more to the point, are opportunity costs actually incurred?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know. Depends on your perspective.
I'm not talking theoretically. I mean, are they actually incurred? The cost of the cost associated with the foregone alternative, are those costs incurred?
No.
I don't think they are either. As I understand it, one major concern that you have with the settlement agreement is that and you correct me if I'm wrong here, is that the company proposes to recover amounts actually expended and a portion of the opportunity costs that are foregone and not incurred. Is that correct? Is that the essence or the nature of your concern?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a big portion of it, right? I need to mention, because I haven't had the occasion to do it yet, which seems kind of amazing, being that we've been at this now for like 2.5 hours, but that 18% of net benefits, you hear that described. Mr. Ives says, and I think he says it in his testimony, that that's the way the company views the opportunity to invest in future supply side investments. He says that's what it takes for it to be an equivalent to a supply side investment from the company's perspective. But if there is a quantification or some sort of rationale that supports that statement, I have not seen that anywhere in this record, anywhere in this docket. I have not seen a quantification or a calculation of how he arrives at that. So I don't know how they view or quantify the opportunity cost of not investing in future supply side investments, but that's what they tell us is important to them.
It's conjectural, is it not? It's based upon perhaps assumptions, perhaps some kind of how did you phrase that earlier? Guesstimations, estimations, approximations. It's based upon that sort of thing. It's
I have a real
It's kind of like comparing cotton candy to candy. There just isn't a lot of there with the one. There's more there with the other. The fact that you have a management tool that says we need to make these before and after the fact comparisons, that's pretty helpful. But there weren't any really costs incurred in the foregone alternative, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you
So
know,
So I want to keep cutting. We're going to cut to the chase a little more. We're not quite there yet to me. So if I understand, again, restating the nature of your concern, the essence of your concern. Now, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Don't let me do that. But is it the fact that it's the proposed recovery by Evergy of the opportunity costs that are not incurred that is the nexus of your concern?
yes, I mean, it's simply the fact that whether you approach it from this sort of theoretical or academic level, or whether you just look at it in terms of the actual business of this company has a very significant amount of investment that it can do replacing its aging infrastructure. I mean, I'm just not personally convinced, and that's at the corporate finance level within the corporation itself. If you say they should be indifferent, but we know they're not, and the shareholders, you know, the managers of that corporation need to find ways to invest their capital in a publicly beneficial fashion. What I would say is look at the docket, the STP docket. There's billions of dollars of additional investment that they can do to replace aging infrastructure that we support. So I'm saying that they can invest their capital in other places. But the theoretical side of it says, if an opportunity cost presents itself because customers save money, then don't ever even take the capital from the shareholders. Just let them invest it in Google or Amazon or another utility that needs it. I mean, we don't, you know what I'm saying? This is a public utility whose core job is to provide efficient, sufficient service, not just come up with things to build. You only build things if you have to have them, if you need them. So
I think the point's well taken. I'm not sure cutting to the chase because I'm going to ask you an incredibly leading question. You may prefer to take the fifth, but I can't let you take it. So if we, through the process of, if a commission hypothetically were to, and I say that hypothetically because I have not made a decision at all about where I'm coming out on this. So I'm going to ask you this question. It is a blunt and bare bones question, my friend. I will tell you that. But if the commission were to approve, it's a two-step question. The first part's easy. It's the second part that's tricky. If the commission were to approve the settlement agreement, we would be approving this recovery of opportunity costs in the way that you and I have just been discussing, right?
Right.
Okay. Now the tough question. How in the interest of shareholders is that not incredibly egregious?
You said the interest of shareholders.
I mean, in the interest of ratepayers, pardon me. I stand corrected. In the interest of ratepayers, how is that not an egregious outcome that they would be expected to be paying for conjectural costs that were foregone and were not incurred?
Well, your question didn't disappoint.
You can change the adjective if you wish.
Your question didn't disappoint in terms of being bare bones and blunt. No, it's, you know, I guess if you put yourselves in the shoes of all the signatories that have supported this, you know, I think to be fair to that, what they would say is, well, it's only a 2% increase in bills at its maximum. It gives customers more choice. For the individual customers that do participate, they will benefit. And there's a whole host of other benefits out there. And at the end of the day, it does reduce overall system costs, and the programs themselves are cost beneficial. Even with this, egregious or excessive compensation, but that's that we have to play the hand that we're dealt, and the legislation allows them to walk away, and they actually have done that in the past. And so we're just playing within the rules that have been developed. So that's how I guess somebody could view that it wasn't egregious. I guess all I will say is I don't know of another time where we have opposed a settlement agreement that everybody else has supported. I mean, there are some examples where like two different competing rate designs at some point, but this is obviously very unusual. We felt very strongly about our opposition to this settlement agreement. And, it's tough. It's a very stark, firmly held difference of opinion between ourselves and the company, at least, about this idea of if we pursue these programs, they're good for customers and they save money, and we don't have to build things because we have done it. We need to be compensated for the earnings we would have gotten if we had not done the programs. And I just can't go there. We don't agree with that. Now, I'm not saying that we can't find a way to get to some net benefits or some earnings opportunity. But I just think if you look at earnings opportunity, you look at percentage of spend, or you look at percentage of net benefits, look at page 17 of my testimony. I know there's one example maybe that Mr. Ives said, well, you have to dig into that and look, and it's different if you look at it on a different perspective. But I think the overwhelming amount of evidence is that that's too high of a percentage of earnings opportunity. So I know our position was pretty aggressive in this case. We called it energy efficiency at any cost. But that's the way we viewed it. We viewed it as too high of a price to pay.
As I say, I haven't made a decision, however aggressive my questioning to you may have been. I haven't made a decision on this. But I think it's incredibly problematic that part of the formula includes costs that are not incurred, because the funds that weren't spent can be spent for something else, and it may even provide a greater rate of return than what it could have provided had it been invested as anticipated, or as what was thought at the time being to be the number one alternative to the way it was invested. There are so many things that are conjectural about it that it really creates, I think it's problematic. I think it creates a lot of concerns. I am very hopeful that we can come up with a solution here that Evergy will accept, because I think there's so many pluses out here to going forward with a real serious energy efficiency program that could be positive. But we can't have a formula that's built into the system that contains thin air to me. Let me take a look here. I believe that concludes my questions of you, Justin. It's as tough as I could be on you today. I appreciate your patience with my questions and appreciate the indulgence of all.
Chair Keen, may I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
You and Justin just went through page 17, and there have been lots of references to that, to the sharing percentages in different jurisdictions. And I don't know how I didn't ask this question to multiple witnesses, but it's been represented that there's a lot of commonality, that the mechanisms are very similar between what Evergy has in Missouri. But yet I noticed on that page that Missouri is 4.6 to 6.19. Mr. Grady, is that something you looked at to try to understand why, if there's so much commonality between what they've requested here and what was requested in Missouri, that the percentages are so different?
So I'll do my best. I'll tell you what I know. These percentages were pulled directly from the spreadsheet that was put together by ICF for Evergy. as part of Evergy's research, analysis, the work that they did going into this docket. My understanding is they asked ICF to do an evaluation, a survey of what the different financial recovery mechanisms are across the country. And ICF put this together. They referenced their sources for that analysis. One of those sources is that ACEEE paper that's attached to my testimony. So what I understand Mr. Ives has said, for instance, is that 4 to 6% of net benefits in Missouri is apparently refers to an Ameren program in which their programs produced a lot of net benefits. And so, so it looks like a smaller number. But he says if you compare that to percentage of spend, then it looks higher. It's higher, but something he said higher than 20% or whatever. So you can look at it in terms of different fashions, either percentage of net benefits or percentage of spend. I don't actually, I mean, I'm not familiar with what Evergy's specific incentive mechanism is in Missouri, how it works, whether it's percentage of net benefits, percentage of loss, percentage of program spend. I'm not. I mean, in an ideal world, if I could spend more time on each one of these individual cases, I would. I should be, but there's just not enough hours in the week, right?
No, I appreciate that. I just, it's obviously curious, given the representations that it's the same mechanisms in both states, but yet it looks like Missouri's got the lowest, depending on how you squint. So, but a lot of the nuance you provide is helpful to understand how those numbers can move around. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Carly, do you have any redirect?
I do. Just a few brief questions, Chair King. Justin, I'm gonna start by sharing the KEEIA statute here on my screen again. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, in subsection C1A, oh, excuse me. Let me take a second to get to where I'm looking here. Oh, I believe it's down here. Sorry. In subsection D1. There was some conversation earlier when you were being cross-examined by Ms. Kafer that appeared to suggest that somehow Evergy should be guaranteed lost revenue. But when you look at subsection D1, KEEIA doesn't guarantee lost revenue, does it? It offers a variety of different recovery mechanisms to be chosen from. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, it says the commission may allow cost recovery mechanisms that further encourage investments in demand side programs. Such cost recovery mechanisms may include, but shall not be limited to, capitalization of investments in and expenditures for demand side programs, recovery of lost revenue associated with demand side programs, decoupling, rate design modifications, accelerated depreciation on demand side investments, and allowing the public utility to retain a portion of the net benefits of a demand side program for its shareholders.
Thank you. And admittedly, would you agree that staff's proposal, in fact, isn't really full lost revenue, but rather a combination of a couple of these different alternatives?
I would. I mean, I sort of view it as a limited decoupling, or maybe a hybrid between lost revenue and decoupling.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes my questions regarding KEEIA. Now I will turn to the program settlement and subsection C here, which is subsection C of the larger section 2. There's been some debate over this over this provision of the settlement agreement. And earlier you were questioned by Ms. Woody on this subsection. Do you recall that questioning?
I do.
Do you interpret this provision to require Evergy to put forward recommendations regarding decoupling at least 12 months prior to the end of the 4-year term of this present portfolio?
No, what it says is that we agree to make recommendations to the KCC within a collaborative framework. So, and then the very last sentence says Evergy will collaborate with stakeholders to consider and evaluate decoupling mechanisms. So basically, if we can all agree at some point in the next 4 years, then the goal is to present that recommendation to the commission within 12 months prior to the end of the 4-year portfolio, the 4-year program. But I don't think Evergy actually has to file anything. I don't think any of the individual parties have to file anything. We're agreeing to make recommendations to the KCC within a collaborative framework.
And would you agree also that the one sentence that explicitly mentions evaluating decoupling or alternative methods follows this mandate that requires recommendations to the commission?
It does.
Okay. Thank you. I can stop sharing my screen now for the last just a couple more here. So, and these are along the same lines of this collaborative. Is it possible that Evergy could fulfill its obligation that it's agreed to in this provision by attending the collaborative, listening to stakeholders' interest in decoupling, but ultimately still not file anything that moved us towards decoupling?
I believe that is possible.
And that's in line with what we just saw on the screen there, that just requires Evergy to consider and evaluate alternative methods, but not to actually move forward with anything.
That's right.
And is it possible that even if all of the other stakeholders got together and it was everybody versus Evergy and everyone besides Evergy recommended decoupling, Evergy would still under KEEIA have the right to pull its application if the commission granted decoupling? Is that correct?
I think that's right.
Okay, thank you. Well, that is all the questions I have for you.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you. You were spared what I just said, but I'll repeat it in an abbreviated sense. I have one more question to ask of you, Justin, before we let you go. Answer it if you can, don't answer it if you can't. Evergy is a reporting company under the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 with the Securities and Exchange Commission in the sense that they file annual reports in the form of a 10K and quarterly reports in the form of 10Qs. Can opportunity costs be deducted as expenses in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles applied on a consistent basis?
No, they can't.
That's my question. Thank you. Justin, I appreciate your indulgence of our questions, and thank you so much for that. The quality of your work speaks for itself, quite frankly, here. You are excused, and you may step down virtually. Thank you. All right, we have reached the conclusion of our hearing in docket number 22 EKME-254-TAR. As a reminder, the post-briefing schedule is as follows. Evergy's initial brief is due August 24th, 2022. Staff and intervener response briefs are due by September 6th, 2022. Evergy's reply brief is due on September 21st, 2022. The commission order in this docket is due by October 21st, 2022. Before I close the record, I want to extend the gratitude of the commission to two folks, even with my phone ringing in the back telling me to stop. The first of these, again, is our IT staff. Again, you guys have done a splendid job of guiding us and helping us through this. Even the glitches you made seem inconsequential because you overcame them so well. So thank you so much for your service here. We're grateful for that. I want to also thank once again Denise Haas. We've been blessed that you've been willing to put up with us here, especially put up with the chair. And we hope to see you back soon. So thank you very much for your service to the commission. But Denise, it's a big deal.
Thank you.
Very good to us. There are no further matters. We will close the record now and adjourn. We thank you all for your participation in this proceeding. Take care.